Aua.
Good morning, Senor Cakez.
Hello, my man.
I don't want to be like Cakez.
Long life chows. Game demo. Marketing. Steam Next Fest. All scam. Don't be afraid of poor marketing and you'll be stronger. Good game will sell nonetheless. The money will come to you.
Yo. God, man, it's still so hot here. Oof. What is the degrees? Let's see here. Wetter Münster. It's 24 degrees. It's supposed to rain today. It was actually supposed to rain yesterday, but it didn't. And then we get a thunder shower and on 6 p.m. Doing skill tree today. Are we No, we're not. No, we're not. And hello there, Avatar Fazula, and hello Quack, my man. Good morning. No, we are not. How's life, Cakes? I'm currently trying to get through the phase of Zoe crying a lot. And, you know, where even if you feed her, even after that, she's still, you know, having issues. Maybe stomach aches, stuff like that. So that happens like for a couple of hours every day. It's starting to get like a lot at the moment. You know, it's difficult to figure out, well, what to do to make her not cry, because you can't, like, yes, you can feed her, right? But I mean, at some point she's like full, right? Right? You're crying to us about stuff on stream every day. No one says a damn thing. Ah, okay, bro. Shut the fuck up, bitch. I'm not crying. You're wrong. Hello, Cakes. Sorry, it's been a while. Oh, Refractio, my man. Long time no see. Yeah, it is. Hope you're doing good, bro. I don't understand why Google won't work together with uBlock and whitelist some of the ads. Because Google doesn't really... Like, so as far as I understand, Google doesn't really make distinction what type of ads are shown to you. They just have a bunch of advertisers they work with, and then the advertisers show you the adverts, essentially. And no, uBlock is better for Google too, yes. Because, like, for example, you could be watching a video about World of Warcraft, and then in the advertisement that you're watching, if you're not using an ad block, there could be an advertisement about buying money in the game, which is obviously illegal. So Google doesn't really track its advertisers. So to think that Google would work together with uBlock to whitelist some ads, like they don't really give a shit whether the advertisement is actually legal or not. But thankfully, we still have other browsers that they do not have access over or control over. So for example, Firefox, you can still use uBlock. Your block enhances the customer experience. If you block users from using ad block, they will jump ship to other browsers. Yes, but isn't that good? So Google also loses. Well, Google is playing the long game. So essentially, while yes, people might jump browsers now, the next thing that happens, you know, where let's say they take over Firefox, if they can, or they, you know, strike a deal with Firefox. Now there's another browser that you can't use. And, you know, then every time a new thing happens where they inch forward, there will be less and less people that seek the ad-free experience because it's just too much work. And so you're left with only the tryhards that are watching ad-free, and then you have all of the normies that couldn't be bothered to spend time and effort into not watching with ads, into watching without ads. They just watch the ads then. Firefox is going downhill. They have PPA on by default. What is PPA? Peer-to-peer something? Instead of realizing how stupidly annoying ads are for the human brain, they just target uBlock Limau. Of course, because ads mean money, bro. Money means power, and power means influence. Bro, like, listen. What's so warm? Of course. Surely that will help with their monopoly case. Yeah, like, I know that they have lost the monopoly case. Obviously, they have... how do you say that? Einspruch eingelegt in English? I don't know what you call that. They took an L. Yeah, they took an L, but they... how do you say that? When after a trial is over, you have the chance to appeal. They appealed it, essentially. Yeah. I mean, you know, Farid, it would have been awesome if you had just linked the article and then we could have read it. You know? I mean... You know? Or is this just everything? It's just... Is this everything? There's nothing more than these words. There's a new trending tab on Steam to separate free stuff like demos from the regular trending tab, Cakez? Really? This goes hand in hand with the Steam demos that we saw earlier. You never asked, and this is passive-aggressive statement ain't gonna help you. Fine, then not. Where is this? Where is this? Which tab are we talking about? I can't find it. Top sellers, etc. Top sellers. So further down. What is PPA? Yeah, what is PPA? Hello there, Argo. Top sellers. Include items in my library. Huh? Trending free? Ah. So these are demo pages. Hey, let's see. So we have found, we talked about this earlier, a couple of days ago, where you can now build your own demo pages. But there's no user reviews. Actually, there is. Free to play. Free
Am I
demo.
so out of touch?
There is no user reviews for these demos.
Anonymous is gifting 1 sub to the community.
Hey, thank you, my man. Anonymous Gifter for gifting a sub to Kamala's camel toe. What the fuck? Hello Cakez, hello Enex, good morning. Instead of demos including polluting new and trending. Yeah, but is this good? So there's not a single... This is just free to play. This is not a free demo. So wait a minute. If I click on this This is just the demo version, and this is the main page. This is not a real page. So what I'm looking for is a demo version. That has reviews. Not a free-to-play game. Also, what is free-to-play and free? Piracy preserving attribution. Basically, the browser help advertiser target ads. Privacy preserving attribution. Basically, the browser helps advertisers target ads. Oh, but if you use uBlock Origin, then it doesn't really matter, does it? How's the baby? How's the crying gotten better? Has the crying gotten better, or will it work on the skill tree today? Shut the fuck up. Fuck you. Demos. Is there no? Ah. Wait.
Am I so out of touch?
Is this new?
No.
Anonymous is gifting 1 sub to the community.
Final Fantasy free trial. Wait a minute. This is a Cleaner demo, has positive reviews. Is this the first page that links adds to wish lists? Cleaner. How is this having positive reviews? Available in qual. Wait, so is this a demo page? Huh. We have found a demo page, guys. Look at this. But how is it like July 20... Wait, July 25? How long has this feature been out? When are these reviews? August 9, August 8, August 8, August 9? Okay, wait, let's search for... You know what? It really pisses me off that this is so fucking small. You can barely see anything. Let's do Steam. Kalida. Right? Is it Kalida? Yeah. Kalida, and then they have a demo page for this. And then this is the demo page. Aha. So basically exactly the same page, but with a demo attachment to the right. I feel like they're missing the mark here. I feel like they should make this entire thing clickable, not just erfahren Sie mehr. So you have to click on this small little thing to get to the demo page. I feel like what they should do is make this entire button clickable so that you can get to the page instead of this little text here. I think they fucked up there. Overwhelmingly positive. Can we date range? Can I search filters? How do I wait, date range? Only specific range. How do I sort the reviews? Can you not sort? Is there a way to sort this? Recent? No, I don't want recent. I want the other. I want to see the first review. Shit. Guys, do you know how to sort by review date? Thank you very much for gifting another sub. Did I miss that? Or it's like, did the notification not skip? It's me. Thank you very much, anonymous gifter, for gifting a sub to It's Me. There's Firefox data collection and use, which was in browser for eternity at this point. Also on by default. Cakes, you're missing the point. It's the attitude about someone else's privacy and consent. It is on by default. I see what you mean, yeah. For me, the demo pages on Steam are confusing. They should just add separate tab for the demo reviews. That's it. From AdBlock plus blog. Currently, our filter lists are updated automatically, often multiple times a day. Manifest version 3 has made it so that we will no longer be able to use these types of updates in the same way. Thankfully, our developers created a solution called differential filter list updates. This feature allows them to ensure that the filter lists are still kept up to date in between official releases. Users won't notice a difference in ad blocking quality. So they could still ad block on Chrome. Hello Peter, my man, good morning. How are you doing, sexy cakes? Good. Good. Seems so. That's good to hear. So it looks like on Steam you cannot sort by reviews date, by review date. So essentially the first review ever needs to be loaded by loading 666 reviews with this button click. Because Steam doesn't give you a sorting feature. The 4th of August. You can't really sort, but you can click on the graph. Wait, there's a graph? First bar? Where's that graph? First bar. What does first bar mean? Show graph? Oh. Aha. So July 27. It has first gotten reviews. And it looks like the negative reviews have gotten less over time, but the positive reviews still stayed reasonably strong. It looks like. So let's see what are the... I want to see what the people are saying here in terms of negative reviews. How do you filter again? Let's see, negative reviews, only 29. Can't read that. Can't read this. What the fuck are these? I like the concept, but it's really bland and boring. Literally, look at the floor for mines and trap simulator. After a while, you get so many resources. The only thing that kills you is greed and terrible map generation. Unavoidable tick damage in the game, where health is scarce, is such a wild idea. Not to mention, it's bugged to hell and back. Okay. Adding more content won't fix these issues. It's frustrating to play. Please have another look at the core gameplay loop. It's just not good. Yikes. Can't read this. Cannot read this. Cannot read. What is with these languages? Bro. My language, please. How do I filter to my language? Ah. My language. And then negative. Yikesum. This is not my language. Okay, this is the only one. Nah. Way too many landmines and bear traps. Only enemies were mushroom zombies. Another lethal company wannabe. The concept is there and the setting is really speaks to me personally, since I like the surreal horror, but there simply isn't anything else here. I managed to reach the end of the demo in solo and full health and skipping the majority of the floors without any danger or pressure. Pretty boring overall, huh? It's a Russian game. I see. I get it. Steam charts. You can select a range. Yeah, I don't want to select a range. I want to sort by first review. Just delete your demo page whenever Tangy Defense gets a bad review. Sure, bro. Fuck your language. You must learn my language, invaser. True. True. Yes. Hello, Zemeo. Good morning. Cakez 18th this month. Stormgate gets released and it's free, right? I can play the game for free. We're gonna play the game then. And then we'll figure out whether it's a cash grab or it's actually a good game. Okay. Free to play. Good morning. Do I have to learn German? Is that it? Yes, you do. The game can play you for free. Okay. I'm just gonna Google this because the read is not gonna link it. Google. Pulse. Plug. On uBlock. Is this Windows Central? Where was this from? It's this one. See, I can find it myself, bitch. Stop. Goodness. The audacity. There you go. What's with this bar, man? So obnoxious. They put the plug on uBlog, holy hell. I mean, YouTube is barely watchable without it. YouTube? Yeah, that is true though, yeah. Okay, so it looks like that Google finally pulled the plug on uBlog Origin, but only on Chrome. So they had the browser Chrome, and now it is susceptible to intrusive ads. However, to premise this, as far as I heard, and this is coming straight from uBlog Origin guy, Necropolis, can you link me the uBlog Origin blog? That would be awesome. Google ramps up its campaign against ad blockers on Chrome. Yeah, they tried to do the same thing in Germany, where they wouldn't allow you to play videos for a while. It would show you a pop-up saying that there is ads on the video and you need to watch the ads. And for me, it disappeared. I don't know about you guys, but maybe the EU, I'm living in the EU, has some protection against this, but they weren't allowed to do this anymore. And so it just went away over time. Not sure what exactly happened, whether that was the case or they noticed a decline in viewer numbers on YouTube, which I don't think would happen. But yeah, essentially they tried to force you to watch ads and disable ad block, which obviously most people didn't want to do. The blog post. Thank you very much, Adblock Plus. Thank you. I appreciate it, bro.
Hello, Cakez.
Hello, my man. What gets up? You know what I want to tell you guys? A huge W for... there's a huge W... What is the name? For Edge. The browser Edge. Anything that are open on Edge in dark mode gets the side applied to dark mode without me having to do anything. It's always applying dark mode. While on, for example, Firefox, I always have to use dark reader. Even though Firefox is already in dark mode itself. Just don't understand, but yeah. Excuse me. Let's read this. What you need to know. Google is transitioning Chrome's extension support from the Manifest version 2 framework to the version 3. So they're updating the framework. Okay, this means users won't be able to use uBlog Origin to block ads on Google Chrome. However, there's a new iteration of the app, uBlog Origin Lite, which is Manifest version 3 compliant, but doesn't boast the original version's comprehensive ad blocking features. Google's campaign against ad blockers across the service just got more aggressive, according to a report by PC World. The company has made some alterations to its extension support on Google Chrome. Google Chrome recently changed its extension support from the framework to the framework version 3. The browser policy changes will impact one of the most popular ad blockers, arguably, uBlog Origin. Yeah, so I wonder, guys, how long it will take for uBlog Origin to turn over and be bought just like Adblock Plus was in the past. And then you will still see ads. You can pay them money so that they display ads and they pretend they can't block them anymore. What do you guys think? You think this will happen in the future? Two weeks later, new plugin, not uBlog Origin. Bro, I just got on the stream. Do you mind? Oh, me burping? Oh, hello there. That's my greeting. Good morning. Bro, what are those burps? Brave does its own thing for ad blocks, so they won't be affected too badly. I had the same, but what I did, I just opened the video in private tab where you are not logged and uBlog removed the ad. Now they fixed it. And it works even without it. This is old news, Cakes. This is old news. It's from yesterday, bro. What are you talking about? It's not old news. I mean, if they really can't use uBlock Origin, what's going to be when I try Firefox? If I really can't use uBlock Origin, that's going to be when I try Firefox? What? I mean, if I really can't use uBlock Origin, that's going to be when I try Firefox. What? Cakes, how to stay motivated with game dev? I just constantly think my game is bad and not worth making. You turn off your brain and you work on something that you want to work on today and then pat yourself on the back that you made progress. I have that too. It's essentially the sheer amount of work that is in front of you that you can't comprehend will make you feel depressed. You have to turn off your brain and just look at what you have to do next. Take it step by step, and whenever you try to think too far into the future, stop yourself and do something else. Think of something else. It's difficult to do. Yeah. Real men use the Brave browser and code in Rust. Okay, bro. So I wonder, but it's awesome to see that uBlock Origin still blocks a lot of ads. Now they can't block ads on Twitch. At least for me it doesn't work. But on everything else, they block all the ads. Whether that be YouTube, the browser, web pages on the internet. You can't even use them properly if you don't use uBlock Origin. There's just way too many ads shown or shoved into your face before you can even read what you're wanting to read, because it's like everywhere. And then there's a video and that video has like 10 million ads in it. It's crazy. The transition to the Manifest version 3 framework means extensions like uBlock Origin can't use remotely hosted code. According to Google, it presents security risks. Okay, of course. Yeah. It is a security risk, of course. Did you guys know that there's ads on YouTube that are actually causing you to be scammed? There are scam ads on YouTube. So like, I'm pretty sure that there are these community risks. But okay, by allowing unreviewed code to be executed in extensions. The new policy changes will only allow an extension unreviewed code. I see. I wonder if this leads back to the pre-submit Python file in the Google code where you're not allowed to use grandfather. So Google doesn't want you to have that. The new policy changes will only allow an extension to execute JavaScript as part of its package. Over 30 million Google Chrome users use uBlock Origin. Ooh, but the tool will be automatically disabled soon via an update. Ah, okay. Google will let users enable the feature via the settings for a limited period before My phone just showed me Google Gemini because I was talking. Are you kidding me? I don't have this enabled at all. Stop listening, Google. They're listening, yeah. Shh, 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 shh. Get fucked. I'm just gonna turn it upside down now. What the fuck? And they're recording, yeah. Good. Google will let users enable the feature via the settings. Google, I'm good, okay, bro. Don't do anything. For a limit period before it's completely scrapped. From this point, users will be forced to switch to another browser or choose another ad blocker. Yeah, that will be the totally not uBlock Origin extension then, right? The new version of uBlock Origin. uBlock Origin fans can rest at ease since a new and improved version is already available. uBlock Origin Lite. It's worth noting that while the new app ships with similar features to the original version, including core and ad blocking features, it doesn't support dynamic filters for blocking scriptlet injection. The Lite. So what is a scriptlet injection? Scriptlet injection. What does that look like? Do you guys have an example of a script-led injection? Do you believe Pygame is a good starting point for learning game dev and coding in a lower level? Destroying your own user base, speedrun any percent, yeah. Professional breather. Try let others play it and ask for reviews, just not your friends. Yeah, and family, yeah, exactly. Cakez. And Google too have scam websites that are showing in results. They're listening at all they're listening all the time. Yeah, they are. Pygame lower level. Yeah, well, he doesn't know, guys. Should I ban you guys for making fun of this guy? Okay, I'll ban you for 2 minutes. And Avatar for Zula gets 2 minutes too. Okay. They're making fun of someone asking a question. Yeah? Okay, guys, you have to understand. Let me explain something to you, okay? Now listen. Okay? So, when I started learning game development, okay, and I asked a question, okay, that I didn't know, whether that was a stupid question or not, okay? There were people that would make fun of my question, okay? Yeah? And that in turn put me down and made me feel ashamed and bad for asking such a question. So instead of answering the question, they made fun of me. And now I know how that feels. And that actually happened on Stack Overflow, by the way. So I never use that website again. It is trash. My honest opinion, Stack Overflow is full of egos that know nothing but pretend to know a lot. So whenever I see someone making fun of someone else asking a question, you're gonna get banned for a period of time. Okay? Because he's genuinely asking a question here, my brothers. Okay? And what we should do is lift him up instead of making fun of him. Okay? You can make fun of me. That's okay. I can take it. That's fine. All right? Do you understand that? Now, 2 minutes should almost be over. Okay? Behave better next time. You ready? Okay? Yeah? Cakez, you know the ban hammer doesn't gain you any respect, no power, right? Stack Overflow PTSD is not anything new to anybody who starts, yeah? You can't take it, Stack Overflow. It's a ban for 2 minutes, so it's more about sending a message. True, yeah, it is. So now, it doesn't really matter where you start. Pygame is fine. Get a feel for coding a game. Or use an engine, that's fine too. The important stuff is that you start and actually finish something. Exactly. That is the best advice that you can give. 100%. Just start doing something and see if you like it or not. Most people are so scared to start and do anything, to do it wrong. You won't do anything wrong by just doing something. There's too much advice out there that teaches you how to best do certain things. You learn to do the best you learn to do the things in the best way by just doing something. That is the best way to do it. You do anything, it doesn't matter, that is the best thing. But that is not easy advice. This is just you can't make a long YouTube video out of that. Advice. So you need to like complicate the advice. Doesn't matter. Just do something. As simple as it sounds. But do realize that Pygame and Python also is lower level, but it also hides certain stuff the programming language could teach you. For example, memory management. But it's fine if you start with Pygame, okay? You're just missing out on some aspects of game development that can come in handy later, which is memory management, but you don't have to learn this in the beginning when you're starting out. You miss out on performance, yeah, but in today's day and age, it's not really that important. So I don't know what these injection ads are. Try to figure out what these are. it seems like there are some ads that will still be displayed. The light version's capabilities are relatively limited due to its compliance with the Manifest version 3 framework threshold. According to uBlock Origin developer Raymond Hill, I consider UBO Lite to be too different from UBO to be an automatic replacement. You will have to explicitly find a replacement to UBO according to what you expect from a content blocker. UBO Lite may or may not fulfill your expectations. And then this is it. But it seems like there is a blog post from the Adblock Plus. But this is Adblock Plus, bro. Adblock Plus got bought. So I can't trust anything they say. Actually. We can't trust them. Actually. So like I might be, this might be a tinfoil hat thing to say. I think that we cannot trust Adblock Plus because they have already been shown to be bought in the past to show you some ads and work together with advertisers. So whatever they say, I take with a huge grain of salt because it could just be that they are just blatantly lying. So even like, okay, we can read this. The Manifest version 3 version of the Adblock Plus extension is officially here. We have just released the newest version, Adblock Plus, and with that, we are now compliant to Google's new browser extension platform. Great. The post has the most up-to-date information about this change. For now, what's different on what Adblock Plus... For now, what's different... Wait. For more on what's different on Adblock Plus version 3 compliant, check out the details below. Our mission is to block disruptive... okay, bro. Usually this won't happen behind the scenes with a little fanfare. And eventually, according to Google Manifest, we'll introduce stricter permissions. The intention is to make the harder for malicious browser extensions. To accomplish this, our goal is to... What does this mean for you? The specific rollout plan still being finalized. Adblock Plus, like all ad blockers, relies on predefined rules. When you... think of filter lists, let's help you think of a coffee filter. The filters can trap... Currently, our filter lists are updated automatically, often multiple times a day. So if you see an ad, this manages to get around the blocking filter. It's typically taken care right away because of these updates. Manifest 3 made it so that we'll no longer be able to do these types of updates in the same way, because they're running their own code, right? Thankfully, our developers created a solution called Differential Filter List Updates. Okay, yeah, they just call it some magical name. Okay, this feature allows them to ensure that the filter lists are kept up to date in between official releases. Users likely won't notice a difference. I feel like this is just lying, blatantly lying. This means nothing. Yeah, I think... Anyways, so we'll have to see. I think I only trust the uBlock Origin guys with some real information here. So we're gonna have to wait and see. Yapping about coffee filters now, yeah. It's okay to start with anything. Was starting with Game Maker back then. Yeah, it's okay to start with anything. 2 minutes ads on Twitch. True. It's kind of simple to me. If you want to learn programming while making some games, you should pick well-documented languages, frameworks, and libraries. And if you want to enjoy the experience and have some fun, make sure there's a Discord community for the purpose you're looking for. Quite sure there are several of those for Pygame. What I noticed with Discord communities oftentimes, most people don't have a clue what they're talking about either when you're asking a question, unfortunately. At least when it comes to game development. Oftentimes the answers that I got were very vague, generalistic, and difficult to follow specifics. And I still would have to figure out specifics. I'm not saying that this is bad, because I oftentimes got my answer, but yeah, I don't think you can rely much on those. I know I said this differently in the past. You can always ask questions on Discord. Well, yeah. I mean, it's difficult to say. Sometimes it can help a lot to ask someone and then they can give you some feedback. No script, privacy badger, canvas blocker, and uBlock origin. Well, man, this guy. That's your individual experience. There are good servers for beginners out there. I guess it's true, yeah. Ads, just subscribe, bro. True, true. Eventually, everyone will use Cakez engine anyways. It doesn't matter what you start with. I don't think so, but maybe when I make a 3D engine, people will... So what I think will happen is when I bring out my game and it is somewhat successful, I don't know whether that will be the case, but let's assume that it's somewhat successful. And then I make an entire video about how I built the entire engine and a game in it. Like an entire video, 4 or 5 hours long. I think that's when people will start using the engine or the idea of the engine. If you make everything in one file, I promise you, no one will use your engine. Plus you need tests. Yeah, but I will have tests of people playing my game. That's what I mean. The moment my game is out. And it doesn't matter whether you put everything in one file or not. Think about Undertale. It doesn't matter. What matters is the product. Okay, guys. Oh. I forgot to push. We never did a git push and commit yesterday. Git add. Git commit -m. I don't know what I did, man. I did a lot. New skill tree and stuff. So what I want to work on today is actual gameplay. In a game. But I guess I need some closing thoughts for the React. It's still writing it anyway. So some closing thoughts on this. So what I think is going to happen, I said this before. This is just one step. I'm pretty sure uBlock Origin will find a way to circumvent what's happening in version 3. Maybe it will take some time. Maybe it won't be the perfect uBlock Origin extension that you had before. But what I think is happening over time is that Google and other advertisers, big companies, will try to inch forward in making you watch more and more ads. This is essentially what's going to happen over time, and more people will stop trying to fight it. To the point where there's just a few people that are still going to watch ad-free. So for example, what happened to me was, while before I could use uBlock Origin to block all ads on Twitch, I now, whenever I go to Twitch and I open, oh, I'm streaming right now, so it doesn't work. When you're streaming, you can watch any stream ad-free, like ad-free. Shit. So it doesn't actually work for me. But my point is still, when I click on a stream right now, I will watch an ad. Because uBlock Origin on Firefox doesn't block the ads for me anymore on Twitch. And so I have given up on trying to fight ads on Twitch. I know there's a way to do that. I know you can set it up in a way that it still works. And I did this for like a couple of times in the beginning. But Twitch would keep fighting back, you know, making sure that you still watch ads. So they've already won this fight, but I can still watch YouTube ad-free. Well, it's better to ditch the HTTPS protocol then than switch to I2P or Gemini protocol, yeah? At least Twitch ads don't try to sell me useless penis enhancement drugs. I just wish they have penis reduction drugs. Okay, bro. They will drive the mass Google approved ad blockers and then fight the ad block users harder and harder without much pushback from the mass anymore. So essentially at some point there will just be a minority group that can watch everything ad-free and the majority of users will watch ads. This is just one step. And thankfully we still have some blockers that are working against this, uBlock Origin. But it's definitely difficult for them to keep going, you know, if they have to fight these ginormous companies, of course. And obviously this will lead a lot of people to switch over to, let's say, Firefox or other browsers. You know, there's reasons to use Firefox and there's reasons to not use Firefox, of course. But it's just, you know, one more step in the direction of watching ads. Yep. At least on Twitch you only have pre-roll or mid-roll. On YouTube it's like 10-minute ads on 5-minute videos. Yeah, but on YouTube you can skip the ads. If you're fast enough, you're able to skip them. So you don't have that on Twitch actually. Which I think should be happening. I think they should add that to Twitch. If you're actively watching and there's a section on the stream that you're interested in and it happens to show you an ad right at that point, give me the option to skip the ad after like a couple of seconds. That would be awesome. But I'm pretty sure they don't let you do that. Because then they would have less ad revenue. And then it, you know, will become an issue of whether you can still use or you can still monetize Twitch or not. Because Amazon, you know, requires them to start earning money now. Because they have been funneling money into Twitch for the longest time. Google has a big monopoly in the market and they are learning on it. They're leaning on it heavily for fight for ads. But unfortunately, there are other browsers. But fortunately, yeah, at the moment, yes. They're going to get me to the Borderlands movie. They're trying to get me to the Borderlands movie, but I ain't falling for that one. Yeah, the Borderlands movie I heard was subpar, to say the least. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Yeah. Guys, I think the last thing that we have to do here, in order to finalize the UI for the skill tree, is to have a distinction between allocated nodes and non-allocated nodes, the connection between them. Yeah, skill tree, this is the last thing. It's like, if I do it correctly, it's like 5 minutes and then we can work on this ability right here. I want to work on projectiles flying further, the more projectile speed you have. So, for example, if I give a projectile a certain speed, then it lasts longer if it flies faster. So every projectile, let's say, has a speed of 100 pixels, and then they last 1 second. If I double the speed, they should fly twice as fast, twice as far. And the reason why I want to do this is because projectile speed can then not only impact the shield orbs, making the ability stronger, but it can also impact the wind slash in a way where we can now hit more enemies because we can shoot this ability further. It flies further because it flies faster. That's the idea. And so basically it goes hand in hand. Both of those things work together, and you can, you know, I can also give it, I can also implement items that have these stats. That's the idea. Hello there, Planed XD. Good morning, do this in real life. Yes, sir. So, we currently have this if the node cannot be allocated. Right? Node can't be allocated. Also misses less often. Yeah, projectile speed makes it so that you miss less often. Exactly. Cakez, how's things going? Good, good. Thanks for asking, the orange bot. Going good. We're currently working on gameplay, and yeah, actually going very well. YouTube is going good. Streaming is going good. Just having a couple of issues with Zoe, where she's screaming a lot, whining a lot, having to figure out, you know, what is the best way to make her not whine. So I think we need, but again, we need to work on the skill tree just one more time here. I need to have a distinction, or I need to know that this root is allocated and connected to this so that it shows me I can go here, but I've already allocated these two nodes. I need to have a distinction. And yesterday we had it so that, okay, well, if node is allocated and connected node is allocated, or if node is allocated and the connected node is a root node, or the node is a root node and the connected node is allocated, then one of them is allocated. They're both allocated, essentially. Both are allocated. Nodes. Both nodes. Wait, both nodes. Both nodes are not allocated. Darken the line. And then both nodes are allocated. Brighten the line. And so I want to use the animation index 2 here for this. Just to test what this looks like. Cakez, why do you use VS Code? So this is a little too, in my opinion, this is a little too bright. But I think we could potentially change the color just a tiny bit to give it enough visual cues that this is allocated. You know, maybe change the line just a tad. So instead of, maybe we put this here. What do you think about this change? It doesn't really work, huh? 5 minutes are up. Close the skill tree. Or, what we could also do, line color. Wait a minute. What about this? Just making it brighter? I don't think that works, huh? Nah. Or we just make the green part twice as much. Or we can do a vec4 additive line color, which is nothing. And then we do additive line color is color palette 20 or 15, I think. Was it 15 here? Oh, this is 20, okay. Eh? Why is this complaining here? Candidate function const vector 2. Eh? Oh, I see. It's got to be vector 4. I get it now. Maybe give it like a multiplier. So for example, 1/5. Then it's not as bright. Yeah, we do that here. And then we just add color here. So there would be dot additive is additive line color. Let's see. Like this, maybe. Why do you use VS Code if there's Visual Studio? The Vim extension, yeah. Oh wow. Yikes. This is bright. Or line color is color white plus this. What happens then? Nah. Why do I use Visual Studio Code and not Vim or NeoVim? Because I tried setting up in Vim in the past and it didn't work out for me. I tried to follow a Mr. Prime tutorial on how to set up Vim. But it didn't work. Like literally the first command he typed in gave me a different result. And I couldn't complete the tutorial based on the first command. I couldn't follow after that. So that's when I was like, okay, this is, I'm done. I'm just gonna keep using Visual Studio Code. Prime tutorial, a bit outdated. Yeah, but it should still work, right? What happened to me as well, but I managed to fix it. Yeah, I tried to fix it, but I got so mad trying to fix it because nothing worked that I called the tutorial shit. And then just, you know, started using Visual Studio Code again. The author of the add-on he used mentioned it on GitHub, yeah. Visual Studio Code is easy to set up, yeah. Was this all on stream? Yeah, this was a long time ago on stream. Yeah, very, very long time ago. I don't think you'll find the VOD to that ever. Like, it's been really, really long time ago. Like, I'm talking like 1 to 2 years ago, something like this. I wasn't even streaming to YouTube back then. What about 4Coder? Yeah, this was during the time of 4Coder. You used to use 4Coder, right? Yeah. That, like, 4Coder was the time like 2022, 2023, something like that. Yeah. Excuse me. Sorry. Did you save all your VODs? 90% of the VODs are saved, yes. I have a bunch of VODs stored on private, as private VODs on my YouTube account, yes. I could go through the VODs and maybe find it, but listen, man, it's like hundreds and hundreds of VODs. It's too much. I literally streamed every day, so there was a VOD for every day. Now I have like 3 to 4 months of gaps in there, because, you know, Twitch deletes the VODs. Didn't manage to export them fast enough. But yeah. Okay, guys, I don't like this. Maybe we do this. And we just set the animation index to this. Good morning. Hey, Cakez Fart. How's it going? Good morning, bro. And Freth, thank you very much for following. I don't like that there's no real distinction between the nodes that are allocated towards... Fuck, man. Maybe do this. By default, the line color is not color white, but 0.7, 0.7, 0.7. And then if both colors are allocated, then we do line color is color white. Like this. Wow, what the fuck happened? And then additive color. Maybe this. To be honest, I think I'm just gonna keep it green. Like this. And then we just move on. What do you guys think? Keep it green like this? Hello, gentlemen. Hello, Romco. How's it going, bro? What about this? Yeah, we're gonna keep it like this. Let's not spend too much time on this. I said like 5 minutes. Think it's better like this. Instead of having a different animation index for this. That's fine. Green's better. Yeah, I like this, right? Because now we can essentially... And then we don't need to have the color. This could be white. There you go. Let's save this and then commit and push this. Hello, gentlemen. It's around 38 degrees here. Hot as hell. Well, goodness. Yeah. For us, it was 36 yesterday. Today is like 24. Gotcha, but the room is still hot. Like, I'm still sweating balls here. Okay, so. We'll keep it like this. I think I like it. Is it perfect? No, but I think it works. I like it. I think it properly shows a distinction between what is allocated and what isn't. And now we can move on. Yeah, I think it's good enough. All right. Now, looks good. Let's quickly commit and push this. Git add. Git commit. Skilled recolors updated. Git push. Chat's mom's fat. Good. Okay, so now what I want to work on is it's the bad code police? Okay, bro. Sorry for the repetition, Cakez, but what about setting 2 tones of green, maybe on Ace Bright? One bright, one darker. Going to jail for that fat comment? Alright, fine. So, now let's work on coding here. Let's work on the game. Integrates CMake workflow into VS Code. You don't have to type any CMake commands in the terminal. Everything can be done via Visual Studio Code UI or editing CMake preset JSON file, and of course writing CMake script. Yeah, it does have a lot of support. They're after you for the 2000k file size violation. 20k. Okay. Now, projectile speed. We need to make projectiles work with speed. Now the big question is, should I make it so that every single projectile in the game has a life of 1 second? Is it like everything has 1 second lifetime and the speed determines how far the projectile flies? Which means if I have higher projectile speed, I can shoot further away. Now we also have to take range into account, right? So for example, Let me show you. Give me a second. Better. So for example, let's say we have an orange, okay, right here. This is a Tangy. And this guy has an elliptical range. We know that, we've done this, right? This is his range. So, now, if he shoots with a bow and arrow, he can shoot from here to here. This is the distance D. Distance D. Now the question that I'm asking myself in my head is the following. If I have like this could be some value, let's say 10 pixels, let's say 20 pixels, right? 20 pixels. Now, think about this. If I say that D is no longer dependent on the attack, so that would mean, that would mean that D is the same as range. Okay. Let me a second. Good morning, skill tree progress looks good. Excited to see projectile speed. Hello there, good morning. That's awesome to hear. So now D is range. But there's so that would be option 1 or A, right? That's A. Or let's say this is the first option that we have. Okay. Now, but there's a second option that we can go to, where D is determined by a speed and I don't know how to put time in there. I suppose times multiplied by time. Now time could be a constant. Could be 1 second. This could be constant, or we could have buffs and stats that affect this time. So speed, this right here, this could be a stat that we change, that we already have. This is a stat. And that would follow that more speed. More speed means bigger Ds. If that makes sense. And so I'm thinking of whether to keep this time a constant for every single projectile in the game, or if I call this a stat that gets initialized to 1. And then we can affect this using items too. So for example, I could make it so that projectiles last longer in the air. They fly longer. Projectile life or something. So because, why do I ask this question? If I change speed, right? Let's say by default, it is, in this case, speed would be 20. Okay. Then that would mean that D is also 20. But if I make it so that, no, it's not 20, it's 40, then this would follow that the projectile flies 40 pixels. Which would mean that in this scenario, if I were to, I would need to extend this line till here, because D is now 40. What that means is, if there's an enemy somewhere here, and he's moving here, in this vicinity, he's not getting attacked by my dude, because he's not in range. But I could potentially reach him with a projectile if I shoot a second enemy. Right, so if I go here, there's an enemy right here. I start shooting towards him, and then this enemy right here, maybe I miss him. Maybe I miss this guy, but I could still hit this guy. It flies further than my range is, if that makes sense. Because of projectile speed. You understand what I'm trying to say here? Then the player needs to understand what a projectile speed node will actually increase the range. Probably it's better to just leave that to a range increase node. I have range increase too. Yes. But then now we have an issue. If I have a range increase, you know, I didn't even think about this. So if I have a range. Oh, I see. Now I get it. So the speed of the projectile is dependent on the range, yeah. So if I have speed, then speed is always the same as range plus a percentage. I get it now. So can I build this here? Speed. Speed is the same as a range. Range plus buffs. This makes sense. What are you cooking in this paint? In paint this time? Hello there, Diamond. Good morning. I get it now. Speed is range. Yep, makes sense. Because speed needs to be range to determine how many pixels the projectile will fly over 1 second. And then we can increase the speed using percentage values. So for example, we could say buffs would be this. Speed plus 50%. And this is what we already have in the game. This right here is this node right here, projectile speed. Do you have buffs for range? Yes, we do. For example, right here, I can click on, let's say this. Why is it not displaying the start name here? What's happening here? Oh, it looks like there was no stat. Okay. Let's see. I changed this the other day, you know, in the evening. I think I made some good stuff here. Let's see. I think it's called attack range. Attack radius. There we go. So I can literally go and say attack radius plus 3%, or I could literally say plus 3 pixels. Did the shield stun work? We don't have shield stun yet. I'm currently thinking of what I'm gonna do. My man doing this fine after stream work. Yeah, I think I made it better. Yeah. I would let the player invest in range and speed with time not being visible to the player and calculate based on the range and speed. Yeah. So time. So I make it so that every projectile lasts for 1 second, and speed just makes it so they fly further, but it's always 1 second. For 1 second, it's on the screen and then it's gone. Hey buddy, can I show you and your channel my upcoming YouTube video? Sure, Inukai, but it feels like you are just making fun of me or something. This doesn't feel like you actually want to do this. Eh? Sorry about this. All right, let's see. Let's code this in. I don't know if it should work like that. I see buff plus 50% speed. I think it will fly faster. The same distance by half the time. If I wanted the... But it is. It is the same distance by half the time. But it will just fly further too.
I don't want to be like Cakez.
You agreed to what I wrote and then instantly said something different. I would let the player invest in range and speed with time not being visible to the player and calculate based on the range and speed. Time basically calculated based on range and speed? How would that work? Time needs to be a constant then. In before a documentary of how to not make a game. Okay. Oh, hi, happy Wednesday. Range and speed are different stats. Yeah, so but okay, let's go purely with range, okay? If I have a unit and then this unit has a range, okay? And I shoot a projectile, an arrow in this direction over this distance, D. That takes, let's say, 1 second. Okay? If I now go ahead and increase my range, okay? Now, the distance is till here. What about the time? In my opinion, that should be 1 second. Should be constant. Why should this take longer? It will fly for longer or faster. If it flies for longer, then I need to determine some sort of... I need to determine the lifetime based on the speed and the distance. So T would then be... So what you're saying is T starts out with, I don't know, is D times the speed or something? Or distance divided by the speed? Lifetime is based on the target distance and speed. T is distance divided by speed. But if I increase the speed, then T is shorter. Duh. But then it doesn't make any sense. In my so I could do that, but I don't like it, actually. I don't like it. I feel like if I make a projectile faster, it should fly further. Sorry, but I think it should fly further. When it's faster, it reaches the target quicker, so it makes sense. If you just increase the speed, the range doesn't change and the lifespan is shorter. Yeah, but I don't like that. Because then, like, my buff to projectile speed doesn't do anything to this. It depends on what you want. 2 stats or 1 stat. Make some time offset based on speed. Range means speed, remember. It'll make overfly. I don't know, man. You want speed or speed plus range? Can projectile speed be changed to fire rate? Let's just park this and edit the skill tree colors more. Shut the fuck up. It's really cringe, bro. It's actually really cringe. If speed increases range, then what's the point of upgrading range? Upgrading range makes it so that you can hit units. So, like, I could have a projectile that flies towards my range, but if I make it twice as fast, the projectile flies further, even though I can only start hitting units and see units here. So it's like this is your vision range, while the projectile can fly out of your vision range. You know what, guys? We're just going to test this. How about this? Huh? Let's just test this. Testing. Let's call it commit. Before testing speed changes of projects. Git push. Would errors of varying speeds look strange? Then it should be renamed to line of sight. Will buggy if there are 2 ranges. Where's Inukai's video? I think he was just messing. Also, you can't put links on YouTube, so he can never link his video. Let's see. It's an educational thing about React content. I'm working on it. Okay, bro. If it takes the same time to get to every target, then it's a little weird. You should just have 2 ranges, 1 detect range and 1 start shooting range and fly range. T should not be constant. Guys, we'll try to look how it feels. Okay? Let's just see. Shut the fuck up. There you go. T can be constant if D changes. Range is not D in this case. So, let's test this, guys. We have it in the game now. Instead of attack speed, I want projectile speed. Where's projectile speed? There you go. Let's turn this to 100%. Make it twice as fast. Okay, save this. And then we just allocate this node for now. Let's see how this looks. Okay. Okay. Let's see what happens now. If you know the flight time of the arrow and can predict where the target will be at the impact, then you get a big W. No, we don't do predictions on where the enemies are. This will be purely... This will be fixed with different stuff. There will be no predictions here. No. That will be done later. Okay, that didn't work. Let's see, how do I figure out the speed? Speed is projectile speed, okay. So let's take a look at wind slash. There you go. Wind slash creates a projectile and the speed is constant. Aha. So let's see. Float speed is get range. Activator. I think that takes into account the stats, alright? Yeah. Now the get range, and then we need to float speed increase, which is get you get stat value. Ignore base. Stats dot values on stat projectile speed. There you go. Then we have the speed increase. That should be like 1 point something times the speed increase. There you go. Now it should fly further, and then we apply the speed here. Let's see. This is gonna look odd. Yikes. Let's see. Need delta time. Delta time will be handled in the update projectile function. Okay. Okay, I mean... What does this look like? It's slower. It flies the same distance, but it's slower. Update and draw projectiles. We get the projectile. How about we draw the speed here? Projectile speed times t. Travel distance. I see. But I think that should be fine. Right? The travel distance divided by... Oh, the projectile's range. Which, do I even supply this? We do supply that here. So this is basically like a slowdown that I do. Shit. Okay. We could say T is 1 minus projectile dot time. And time goes from 0 to 1. So that would be ease in cubic maybe? Like this. And then it shows the speed there. But I feel like it's there for too long, is it? Then I want to do a draw UI text. Draw format UI text. And that would be a speed. Percentage point to F. And we draw that on the proj.position. And dot render options is outline. So you guys are saying that I should keep the range. I don't know, I just want to see how it feels. If you implement it the right way, you can just add increase range nodes to wind slash instead of increase projectile speed to get the effect you want. Yes, I know, but it would be cool to have a node on my dude that affects the speed of my shield orbs that also affects the speed of wind slash. You know, so how, like I'm investing on the top part here, but I also have benefits to other abilities down here, because then it will also make it much easier to have items have, for example, projectile speed, stuff like that. It would be much easier. Did Collector finish your game yet, or were they just empty words? These were just empty words, because he knows that he can't finish my game, okay? I have way too many systems in my game. Like, it always looks so easy on the outside, but how about implementing just the projectile system that I have in my game? Good luck, my brother. Alright, let's see. You definitely should make sort for UI lists. What are you talking about? Alright, let's see here. Wind slash. Oh yeah, I didn't train it. It's constant speed. I feel like it doesn't slow down at all because time, projectile time, doesn't get increased. Right? It does. Huh? What the fuck is this shit? Also, where's the speed displayed? It doesn't draw me the speed. Oh, it does. Speed 0? Huh? Oh, wait a minute. I heard from some bird that he will give out free playable demos next week. Collector of stuff? Sure, bro. Sure you will. 65 speed? Okay, and then if I get the node, how much is it? Should be twice as much, right? Oh, it does. Okay. Homing strength comes after range, okay. Who's Collector? Some dude. He's recreating the game in a couple of days to prove a point. He won't be able to do that, guys. Okay, so this is what it looks like at the moment. It flies further because the speed is higher, twice as much. This is what it looks like without the speed. What do you guys think? But they are not inside the range. Yeah, so the ability itself. Let's see. Wind Slash itself has a range increase that's not visible. Which I need to add to the text. Let me do that really quickly. So I need to have physical damage and then range too. How do we do this here? And then in the game, right here, I also add in the range. The rectangle is the auto attack range, right? Yeah. So the ability itself has a range increase of 30 pixels. So projectiles, it's super cool, wrote for you in like 5 minutes. You're wrong. You're totally wrong. I wrote them. I'm not sure what you're talking about. It's always quicker to recreate something where you don't have to make any decisions. Deliberating over game design takes time. Yeah, it does. It does. And testing it out too. So that's why the projectile flies further. And then I can do a nice curve, but it doesn't really seem to work here. Let's see. Speed is projectile speed times t. Then is this used to determine travel distance? Position plus equal speed. Okay, then t. Let's see, round 2. Did he show any proof that he's creating it, or it is a mega troll? Actually, he did, yes. Let's see. Speed. Look how long it's 1. And then it slows down dramatically. I think it flies too slow. Needs to be much faster. Much higher speed. Good day, sir. I'm afraid my latest proposal didn't reach you. Not a problem. We'll try again. My father, said my father, the greatest negotiator I know. So my proposal is that you maybe to increase the potential sales, it would be great to add a famous crew member from the game Among Us, where you play as a crew member and basically is a mafia in space. Take care, smiley face. Yes, sir. Good day, sir. I'm afraid that is all. Good day, sir. How's it going? It feels bad, guys. This speed... I think I want to do what you guys say. Unfortunately, I feel like it's speed. It sucks, man. I feel like speed should make the projectiles fly further. But it looks weird. When I determine the speed based on the range and then let the projectile fly for like 1 minute, 1 second. Sucks. For clarity, I think you should have both speed and velocity. Nah, velocity should be done using a time. How do you create to destroy projectiles? I just add them to a list, like an array. So adding a new projectile is just increasing the counter of the projectiles by 1, and then removing one is just if I want to remove a projectile at the very end, I just decrease the counter. If I want to remove a projectile in the middle of the array, I move the last projectile in the array to the middle. So essentially like this. Projectiles. So the projectiles in my game are just a simple array. And it's always packed. So if I have a projectile here, and here, and here, I guess I'll do this, right? Makes more sense. If I have projectiles in here, and let's say I want to create a new projectile, I just add that in here. +1. If I want to remove one, and if it's the last one, I just decrease the counter by 1. If it's somewhere in the middle, then I take the latest and move it here and then do count -1. That's essentially what I do. Swap last and remove, yep. And so the projectiles, that is just a fixed array of 2000. It's fixed. It's a fixed size because every single projectile doesn't have much data, and therefore I can store some more data than I actually need.
Gotcha, bitch.
So very, very simple. Pirate software from Deutschland? Nee, it's more like Wish. Okay, Cakez clip farming. Yeah, why not? Thank you for following, Kilik. I appreciate it, bro. Martha? What is that? Martha? My favorite? My friend? My favorite? Anyways. This looks and feels bad. Making a projectile fly. So what you guys are saying is... I should use speed and range to determine how long a projectile is in the air. And then if I increase the speed, the projectile is just faster, but doesn't fly further.
Hello.
Won't say my Twitch name since Cakez will timeout me always. No, I don't even know who you are on Twitch, bro. Arson. I came from Twitch to see all of the Inuka messages. Nails. Okay. Fuck the speed. Make everything hit scan. T equals distance divided by speed. Yeah, I know. But man, this fucking sucks. Would be cool if I make speed faster so the projectile flies further too. Wouldn't that be awesome? Let's see. Let's undo the change. You guys ready? Professional Git enjoyer here. Git stash. Are you guys ready? Actually, I don't want to do git stash. Actually, I do not want to do this. Okay, git stash. Build. Cake, stop pretending that you are thinking about a solution. Just do what you do best and start balloons and see how they deal with the range and speed. Pretending to work until the 3-hour mark. Actually, this guy is going to get a timeout of 5 minutes. Bitch. And Inuka, you're getting close to be timed out too. Sounds over-engineered for that kind of game. Speed and range lets you control it. Otherwise, you depend on the formula and are less flexible. Yeah, I know, but it's cool, bro. Like, it's cool. So over here, we have speed, right? So speed would be then this plus get stat value. Stat dot values on stat projectile speed. There you go. Friction 500. Not sure if I actually do that. I think I don't use friction anymore. So get rid of this. To do. Remove. Question mark. And then go to B here.
Gotcha, bitch.
This is where we get the speed based on the time and the travel distance. Now this is what it looks like then. I think it sucks. Thank you very much for following. Fear My Gaze and Diary Drainash. Jax Nicholson, you are correct. Gotta hate stash. I'd rather commit another branch. Yeah, because like you have to figure out like to get your shit back, right? Alright, let's see. So this is wind slash. And now, this is how fast it flies. See this? Take a look. Take a look. Take a look. There it is. Okay? And now I'm going to take away the homing. Oops. Where the fuck? Oh, this is correct. I can almost rely on my homing missiles. True. There you go. Take a look at this. It flies and then disappears really fast. Now, we'll do this. I pressed K and pressed K itself. It's fine. It's fine. Okay. Now. Oh, wait. I didn't... Oh, man. I didn't change this to projectile speed and saved it. Where is this? Projectile speed. There we go. And then turn this to 100%. So now it's twice as fast, okay? Save. Take a look at this. Wait. I saved it, but I didn't apply it. God damn it! Give me a second. Do you still play soccer? Yes, I do. There you go. Take a look. Now we actually have 100% more speed. Do you like the Stardew Valley theme? 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 See you in 5 minutes. Cakes, compliments where compliments are due. I must say, this week was really great to watch. So much progress and actual work being done. Even it was UI and not single dog shit react. Not a single dog shit react. We're gonna do a react today, bro. So, sorry to tell you, bro. I don't understand. Does this have an effect or not? Hello, weak mental pork. Good morning. How's it going? All right, I just made it so that we can deallocate nodes again. I don't think the speed of the projectile is actually taken into account here. Or, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm actually gonna turn this into 500%. I don't see it, guys. I don't see it. It doesn't work. If anything, this node, if I turn it down, it's faster. If I make it slower, okay, let's make it slower by 200%. That's some good ass code. Just wait, okay, bro? Just wait. You're making fun of it right now. Just wait. I messaged like that. Render data. Render options. Outline. And then we do proj.speed. There you go. Woo, React. Yeah, true, Juicy. How long did it take you to make the engine? Forgot to ask last time when I asked the engine question. My bad. It's fine. It's an ongoing process, but to get to this point, it took me like 1 to 2 years. It's a lot of iterate. You iterate a lot. Speed 200. Okay.
Gotcha, bitch.
Now let's see what happens when both these are disabled. Still 200. Bro, are you fucking kidding me, bro? Thank you for following, Mars Conrad. Guys, why do you always specify the field names when filling in structs like you type so much more? It's easier for me to read later. That's why. Like if I just put this to 0, then I don't know what is 0. Oh my god, I add plus. I need to multiply this. Oh my god, I can't believe this. Guys, I need a break. I made such a dumb mistake. I just can't believe this. Fuck, man. What even is minus 200%? What even is that? Is that like 1/4? Baby break. Yeah, of course. Speed 0? I need to find the minus 201. Projectile speed. Wait, stats.values. Projectile speed. This is even wrong. It says 100 increased. Cake sliders on the option panel are hard to see from the background. From the options panel. It does plus 100 is correct. Give me a second. Init stat values. Huh? Ah. Create base stats. Don't I have projectile speed to be 1? I guess I don't. But I should always, when I use projectile speed, I should ignore the base. Basically, ignore base means that we take a base of 1, because this is a multiplier. Alright, guys. Now, minus... Let's restart this. Give this guy stuff. Then go here. Turn this to 200%. Save it. Give him 2. Let's see how fast it is. I just can't, man. Fucking hell. I hate math, man. At least it makes sense. Minus is backwards. This is why I love game dev. Oh my god. Why is this happening? Gets that value. So like it sets the base to 1 and then it takes the base and multiplies it by the increased value divided by 100. So if I decrease the projectile speed by 200%. Guys, so how does this work? How would you like, let's say we have a projectile, right? Let's say we have a projectile and the speed of the projectile is 100. And then we have a buff that says minus 100% speed. What should happen? Should that result in 50 or 0? Should I have 50 or 0? That should be 0. So it should be... You guys are telling me it should be 0. School math. I see. Okay. It's funny, after all the time wasting on the UI where he changed some colors, he still didn't fix the most important UI issues like his game over screen. Look, his game over screen. Speed equals speed minus percentage of speed. Fine, so this here is wrong. So then I guess minus 200% would result in minus 100 speed, huh? It's 0, bro, you clamp it? No, I think it's fine, actually. I think I find it funny. How would that even work? Well, it flies backwards, haven't you seen? Should I show you again? It flies the other way. For some reason, though, it doesn't... I need to take the absolute value of the travel distance. What? Is it abs F? What, isn't this a float? Why can I not do abs F? What is your issue here? Absolute value. Huh? Why can I not do... It takes int, yeah, but... Choose positive value in UI setting of ability cakes. I know. Guys, I think it's funny. So we keep it. Why, hey, where's there no float absolute value? I'm not going to use S to the abs. Huh? Huh? Include CMAF? I do have that. I think. I do have it. Right here. Abs F doesn't exist. How to get the extra value from a double in the C language. Abs. F A.
Hello everyone. Hope you have better day than yesterday.
Fabs. Yeah. This has to be on purpose. This has to be on purpose. Why do I say this? Well, take a look at math. Every single time I use math, it is... So for example here, sine F, cosine F, floor F. Every single time I use that, it is the postfix F. This has got to be on purpose. They found out that it's called fab, and I'm pretty sure they found it funny and left it in. 100%. Do you fab? Okay, I mean, okay, fine. Now, these should probably disappear, right? When I do the code change? There you go. So now... The projectile flies backwards, but I think it's funny. Why not? let's take 100% faster. Let's see. It's just much faster now. But is it like, I would love it to be, I don't know, man. Is this a good thing to do?
Gotcha, bitch.
Ollie, thank you very much for following, man. They are just faster. I don't see like the big buff. So like guys, the reason why I'm doing this is the following. Okay. We have projectile speed of 50% here too. And we have generic projectile speed here too. Okay? Now take a look what happens. Let me cheat some money here. Take a look at this guy here and his ability. You see how fast they rotate? If I get rid of the projectile speed, you see how slow they are? You can see that projectile speed is very efficient on this ability. Because you can potentially hit a unit so many more times. You see this? So projectile speed is really good. On this guy. The animation is too linear. It's not linear, the animation actually. This is the moment where you screaming at the microphone and make us laugh. So this is why I thought, well, if projectile speed would also increase the distance a projectile flies, then like I kind of want to add more range based on how far the projectile flies. Let's just test this. How do we do this? Let's test this with this right here. Get range, and then we multiply this by get stat value ignore base stats.values on stat projectile speed. So now for range, I multiply the range by the speed of the projectile, which turns the range. If I have 20% more speed, I have 20% more range. Technically range is higher because the speed goes down over time thanks to the air resistance. Too much physics. I think I saw the guy on YouTube Shorts being about easing functions or something. Yeah, my man, you saw that. Cool. Welcome, bro. Yes, I did make a short about easing functions. They're very useful, and I'm actually using one in this particular case. Holy shit, you see this? You see how far the projectile flies now and how fast it is? So let's not make it that crazy, right? Let's make it some more reasonable. Let's use some more reasonable values. So instead of 50%, how about we do 10%? And then over here, instead of 100%, we also do 10%. Or let's say this one is going to be a bit more, so we can test this a little bit better, right? So this is the normal one here that we have. No range increase at all. This is what we had, right? And how about we get rid of the text? My condolences, Zark Rip. that you have been exposed to this brain rot content. Cakes, maybe you can make some sort of Patreon where people can sub and get some early access builds so you can let patrons playtest and give feedback. I do that, yes. But I don't update the game regularly there. Because, like guys, would any one of you play this right now? There's like 8 levels. There's 8 rounds in the game and then it doesn't even have a proper loop to the end. Right, so no one would play this. 8 is good. No, like you're done after like 5 minutes or something. So, let's see. Let's take a look. Now, let's add in some projectile speed, 10%. Difficult to say. Let's redo this. 8 waves, not maps, lol. 8 waves, yes. I don't have 8 maps. My game only takes 5 minutes to finish and there are like 20 waves. Yeah, there's a little bit more going on in my game, but also like my game is only 5 minutes at the moment because I don't have more waves. I'm still debugging abilities, making them useful. I don't think, and I don't even think that this is balance. I think this is gameplay that fits into the game. If I'm being honest, like I know you guys keep saying that this is balance. I don't think so, actually. I think this is actually gameplay that I'm working on right now because it affects how the game plays. Changing how fast this flies, how far this flies, what affects this, in my opinion, is gameplay. Read message I sent previously. 14 12. Hello AQ. Let me see. Of course, I'll test. Give me a second. Let me check. That's copium? No, I don't think so. You can just have this increased projectile speed and distance modifier that affects both. Having these variables separate gives you more control. So you mean the stat that means that gives me projectile distance and at the same time increases the speed of the projectile? So then I have speed separately from distance. Is that? And then in this case, I do projectile speed and projectile distance. But okay, that makes sense. I would have the control, but I would argue that I don't want the distinction because I would never want a use case where a projectile flies faster but not further. If I want to make a projectile faster, I also want it to fly further. I don't see the value in a projectile being faster, but not being able to fly further. You can describe it to the player by using 2 stats. So instead of it just saying projectile speed, it also says projectile range, plus 10%. So it flies faster and further. At least the UI looks nice. Thank you, thank you. Yeah, the UI does look nice, does it? You can see the future use case. So many software engineers' last words, but you're probably right. So you can set the speed and lifetime and calculate the range. Technically happens automatically. I think the general consensus is to use final investment. Okay. Hey there, I've been coding in Minecraft for the past year. On Minecraft for the past year. What would you say is the best thing to do in order to learn faster, create more efficient codes? To code. So you have been doing it correctly. The best thing to learn is to code. And to not look for tutorials or watch videos or look for some gurus. that tell you that this one little thing helped me learn 10 times better. You're already doing the one thing that helps you learn 10 times better, which is to code. Write code yourself. Try to figure out solutions yourself. That will make you 90%, 100% faster than everyone else that is trying to figure out the best way to learn. And the code being faster, you learn that by coding, because you will make mistakes. Then you will see that your game is slow. You will fix the issue that makes your game slow because you're profiling it. If you need tools to profile your code, I can recommend you RenderDoc. And you probably know some tools yourself already, but RenderDoc here, you can launch your application. He said learn faster. Right here, you can see how much FPS, and then you can do a screenshot. Where's RenderDoc? There you go. And then you can see how long does my picture take on the GPU. You can click this clock here. And then it says you how long in microseconds it took to make this one, or to draw this one particular frame. In my case, that is 800 microseconds. So that is how much FPS is that. It's like more than 1000 FPS on the GPU. And so if I take this, I see, okay, 800 microseconds. I take a calculator. I know that 60 frames per second is 16 milliseconds. 16 milliseconds multiplied by 1000 is 16,000. Because 1 millisecond is 1000 microseconds. And now we divide that by, what was it? Let's do 900, round it up. Do I do this wrong? Oh, I hate math, man. Fuck. Just do 1000 divided by 0.8. Okay. 1000. 17 FPS. Wakes, you forgot to open Paint. You're wasting the short opportunity. No, it's nothing to do with short right now. Tell me about the Steam page upload. Did you make all the required images capsules, or did you take like random, temporary random shit? I made them myself, yeah. Wait, I need to figure this out myself really quickly. So 60 FPS. Oh, I need to multiply this by 60. So 17 times 60. 1020. Okay. Let's see. 1 millisecond is 1000 microseconds. And then 1000 microseconds is 1000 microseconds is how many frames per second? Times how many frames per second is 1000 microseconds? Why can I not do this? Wait a minute. Frames per second, right? So I take 1 second, turn that into milliseconds. That is 1000 milliseconds. And then I divide that. Wait, so that is 1 million microseconds. And I divide that by 800 or 900 microseconds. 1100. Okay, there we go. Okay. I got it now. So 1 second is 1000 milliseconds, and 1000 milliseconds is 1 million microseconds. My frame took 871 microseconds, so I divide the 1 million, the second, how long 1 second is in microseconds, by 871. Then I have 1148 frames per second. So that is purely talking about time spent on the GPU. Now, if you take a look at the game, it shows me that I have 300, 400 FPS right now. Half of that. Even less, like a third of that. That means that I spent more time on the CPU rather than on the GPU. So if I were to improve the performance of my game, I shouldn't look to the GPU because that's already faster than the GPU. I should look at the CPU, which means I should look at my code. I do some terrible stuff on the CPU on the code. Maybe too many iterations. For loops are too long. Stuff. You know. How many draw cards? Not that many. I think you can see this. Where is this? Where can we see this? Is this like a window? Statistics. I have 26 draw cards. I have basically no draw cards at all. Yeah. I do a lot of instance drawing. 1 second is 1,000 milliseconds. You want to know how many times something happens per second. Anyways. So you're already doing it right, bro. Anyways, I think that I don't need the separation for the projectiles because I will never have. Let's debug this one more time. It flies very far. Let's see. How far does it fly? Let's try to use some pixels to determine where it flies, how fast it flies, how far it flies. It flies like, okay, somewhere here. Right, so let's use the mouse to determine where it flies. Oh, it flies here, but I think this is with the 30%. All right. Get rid of the 30%. Let's see. Flies to like here somewhere. And now this is with the 30%. Take a look. You see how far it flies? And it takes about the same time, does it? I feel like it feels good to have this. What do you guys think? Now I just need to figure out. Thanks for your advice. Dude, you're already doing great, man. You're already doing like 10 times better than others that are just watching tutorials for the sake of watching tutorials and feeling smart. So you're doing good, bro. Hello, my dear Cakez. Hello, Ketoast. How's it going, man? 1100 FPS on an RTX 490, so 30 FPS on a Pheasant GPU. We'll have to see why the GPU is so slow. But again, I think it's more CPU related rather than that. And if the GPU is really that slow, I will actually go ahead and write a Vulkan renderer if I have to in the future. If the game becomes laggy, I will go ahead and rewrite a Vulkan renderer for my rendering interface. You use threads? I don't use threads at all at the moment, no. I don't think the drop-off will be that big. I don't think so either. Because essentially, I don't think you can do the work faster. I think what's happening is the GPU has cores to do work, and the cores have certain speeds. And modern GPUs, oftentimes, while yes, they do have more speed, how most GPUs get their power is by just having more cores. So these are called CUDA cores. And so oftentimes the difference between speeds of each individual core is not that steep. But the difference between very good GPUs is that they have a lot of cores. A lot more cores than other GPUs. That's why they are so big. And so I don't think the drop-off will be that big because I'm not able to use the entire graphics card with work. I have a small portion of the graphics card that I use. And that work is done in one part or a small part of the GPU, which the only way to make that faster is to make the cores of that GPU faster. It's already very well parallelized. CUDA cores is for compute shaders, isn't it? You don't use those. Whether these are called CUDA cores or processing units, I don't know. Let me check. So let's see. GeForce, GTX, 980. I think TI, and then specs. Let me see. Can we find this in Tech Power Up? It is called... These are called shading units, essentially. These. How many you have. And this value, and they are also called differently. They're not only called shading units. There's also a different name for these. Let's see here. Tech Power Up, MSI. Maybe we can find that here. They don't show this even. They don't even show this. You kidding me? Weight? They show the weight before how many units they have? Data sheet? Like, what the fuck is this? There's like no data here. Okay, terrible. Ah, CUDA cores. See? I told you. They're called CUDA cores. Like, there's different names for these, but it's the same number. See, that's why I said CUDA core. This has to do with how many cores the graphics card actually has. How many operating units. See that? So that's where this comes from. Cakez, it's okay to say that you don't know anything about hardware. Don't make random stuff up. No, it's not random stuff. It's been a while, but one time in my life after university, I treated myself to a new computer and I had a set amount of money that I could use, and I wanted to make sure that that set amount of money was used perfectly. So I spent insane amounts of time researching stuff to make sure that I buy the best possible computer with the least amount of money that I had back then. And that was my computer that lasted almost 10 years. The only reason why my computer broke is because my graphics card had a malfunction on the memory reading and writing. So the memory of my graphics card became corrupted at some point. So I couldn't read and write from it anymore. I would get memory errors. But the rest of the computer still worked. Why are you upgrading your GPU? No, I'm not upgrading my GPU. We're just talking about performance in games. And so, because we were talking about how my game takes about 1,000 frames. My game runs for about 1,000 frames per second on the GPU. Which, for the modern graphics card that I have, seems to be very low. And I'm trying to argue that it is probably not even possible to make this any faster. Because each core of my graphics card is already running as fast as it can, and I can't make that much faster. It's for GPU stuff, not for game rendering. Not OpenGL, this is for OpenGL. CUDA cores, it's the correct, yeah, it's correct. Cakez, yeah, this is for OpenGL, not OpenGL. OpenCL. The baby's crying because it doesn't like CUDA cores. OpenCL. Anyways. Shouldn't your game be very fast, considering you made it with C++ and no game engine? It is fast, but it could be faster. I think, considering everything, my game is a little slow. let's see, show FPS counter. It runs at like 500, 400 FPS, which I think is a bit slow. 500, 400 could be faster. I need to optimize for the CPU. I think for the GPU, my game's fine, exactly. You're right. Anyways, so long story short, guys, I think that projectile speed, increasing the range at which projectiles fly and how fast they fly, is good. I think I want to do it like this. Simple as that. I just have one issue. Which, oh god, do I go into this right now? It's already 2.5 hours. Oh man. Oh god. I'll show you the issue and you guys can. So mark this as A and then switch over. Wind/. So here is my problem. The projectile that I create here is a simple structure. I tell it the sprite, the type. I don't even need this type, I think. Well, actually, I do need this type. No, actually, I don't need this type anymore.
When you check out the passive skill tree next
don't
week.
need this type anymore. This is something that will be removed. I tell it who's the owner of the projectile. And I give it a target if I can give it a target. And then I give it stats. Now, here's where it gets a little bit annoying. I also give it a range and a speed. Okay? So you can see that the range depends on the activator, so the owner of the projectile, which means if I use one unit that has very high range, this value right here is higher. Okay? Keep that in mind. So I take the activator, the owner of the projectile, to get the range. Now, in the projectile update code, I get myself the owner too. So that is the activator of the ability in this case. And I think if I don't have an owner, I should actually delete the projectile. I should actually delete the projectile. So there's an issue here. So essentially there's code that this could run into an issue if owner, then I would like to delete the projectile actually. If the owner dies. I don't think I want to keep the projectile with the owner. Without an owner. So anyways, my point is that since I have the owner of the projectile, I can essentially get the range of the projectile. I can get the speed of the projectile. All in this function. Is anyone even listening? Guys, are you listening? Listen up. I can get this in this function. So I don't need to calculate this here. No, sorry, what? I zoned out. You're listening? Yeah. It's okay. Let's ditch the dog shit react. Okay, bro. Cakez said something. I'm listening to your accent only, not what you're saying. The projectile should not care about its owner, ideally. I only read chat and have the stream muted. Yeah, scratching my head as to why the projectile needs to know anything about the owner after it's been instanced. Well, the reason why is because I would like to know who killed my unit, who killed my dude. So, for example, if I shoot an arrow at someone, it's for kill counts, for example. Does the shooter get XP? Then it has to, yeah. The shooter gets XP. This is what I was gonna go to. So projectiles, right? Projectiles. Owner. Shoots an arrow to a target. And it kills the target. It dies. Then, in turn, the owner gets EXP. Now, the issue is, in my game, an owner is an instance of what I call a prefab. Think about Unity. This prefab... Let me do this in a bit better way. Of a prefab. And this prefab stores the level. Was such a great idea for an 8. Level 8. So the XP doesn't go to the owner. The XP actually goes to the prefab. And so I can have multiple instances of the same prefab on the field. And they all, when a unit dies, give
Why does it take 10 days to search for intro time? Why is the program crashing? If I search for intro time! Oh my god!
Isn't every float a prefab before you use fabs on it? By that, but you are the base owner unless you are wanting performance stats per hero. So what you guys are saying is that I shouldn't care about this owner right here being the instance, but I should turn the owner to be the prefab, and the prefab always exists. Okay, we can turn it to prefab always existing and then say the owner is the prefab. And then we know, okay, XP gains are done through the prefab. Then I have another issue, unfortunately, which I might not do. I might have to cut out on this. Let's do projectile again. Okay, we have the owner. Right here, shoots the projectile to the enemy, which dies. Now, instead of XP, what I have from the owner has an item. let's say a lucky charm. That gives +1 coin on kill. So now if the owner is dead, I don't get the coin. See what I mean? Now we are saying you should stop caring about this game and create a new one. I'll see you in 5 minutes. Bitch. And I don't even want to know how the main character piece, bitch. Okay. You see what I mean? Typical German. In this case, the coin should be awarded since the owner still killed the enemy, right? However, yeah, but the issue is, what can happen is the owner can shoot the projectile, it's in the air. And then the owner dies. So like this happens first. This happens second. And this happens third. So now what's gonna happen? What should happen? This cannot be done because this guy is already gone. Do you completely delete the owner entity when it dies? If not, the logic should still run. But that makes sense. If the item is on the hero instance and the hero instance dies, no XP is awarded. But it still kills the unit. The owner should change to the base owner, aka the player. So you mean the prefab? Because I can always get the prefab. Again, you know, the owners, they are instances of prefabs, right? Instance. Item owner in the air dies. And so we could have another prefab here that doesn't have this item. No item. And then what? And so like this is an old problem that I had. Wait, could you wait to delete the owner? If it is active projectiles, this is actually something I do in the game. Keep dead heroes alive until their buffs plus projectiles are gone. Actually, does this go through enemies? Check for projectiles, owner. I think, not sure. Oh yeah, so there's another issue. We have an enemy that has a debuff from my hero on it. So for example, my owner applies a burning effect on the unit. And then the owner dies. Who's still dealing damage? I think that's unneeded craft. If the hero instance dies, the item should have no effect. So if there is no owner, I just deal the damage of the projectile and move on. I basically snapshot the stats at the moment the projectile is in the air. I snapshot the projectile's stats when I shoot it. I keep all of the stats on the projectile. I don't care about the owner. And if the owner of the projectile dies, it will still fly. How do you check if there's no owner? Well, I try to get the owner from the projectile here. I try to get the owner, and if there's no owner, currently I delete the projectile. You can also make the owner have a property stage in which it's set to dead when it dies to keep it around. Yeah, like there's multiple things to do this. I think it's unneeded craft. If the hero instance dies, its items should have no effect. Get entity by ID. Yeah, I'm getting the owner by ID. My projectiles stop caring about the owner when they are created. Yeah, I think I should do this too. So I should even get... If anything, I need to keep the prefab to award experience. So I need to make sure that maybe I don't have the owner entity here. What does owner do? Get ability. Projectile, rect, collider, collide, projectile, array, targets. Ability? What does this ability do here? Is this even used? Burning arrow, yeah. It's used for the burning arrow here. Yikes. Man, I have so many different projectiles, it's crazy. I need the projectile fly logic. Oh man. God damn it. I don't even know how to do that. Okay. I think this is a question that I need to think about first. I need to think about this. So I can't solve this issue right now. There's another issue with projectiles. You want to see? You want to see more? Let me explain. So we have another projectile. Yeah, projectile. Okay, and this projectile is a burning arrow. That's an ability in the game that I already implemented. It exists. So let's say we have our trusty Tangy here to the left. Let's make that a bit more round. Okay, and he shoots an arrow. But this arrow is different. This arrow is burning. Okay? And so every couple of seconds, let's say every 0.5 seconds, it drops what is called a pool of fire. So along the path of this projectile, which, you know, would be, let's say, this path right here, it would drop on the ground pools of fire. Okay. As it flies. This is an ability that I added into the game that I thought was cool. Okay, it's like this projectile can... And the best this projectile works is with pierce. When it hits something, let's say an enemy. When it hits an enemy here, the projectile would stop flying. It wouldn't fly here anymore, and therefore these two things were gone. Right? They're not done anymore. They're not here anymore. And so this projectile works very well with pierce. It has low impact damage, but high damage over time. And so now I need to have this logic for the projectile somewhere in the projectile code. And that's why I'm getting this ability here. And I'm like spawning one of these puddles every couple of seconds, I think. Burning arrow. Oh, this is actually, yeah, this is gotta be, or is it trail? Burning trail. How do I do that? Let me see. Eh? Wait, I need to figure out what the arrow is actually called. Let's take this and turn that into an ability. It's this one right here. It's called burning. Oh, it's burning arrow. Shoot a burning arrow which leaves behind a pool of fire on impact. Oh, it's pool of fire on impact. Oh, I see. Projectile refactor stream. Yeah, I want to iron out that system. Yeah, essentially, yes. Learning about his own game. God damn it, man. Too many questions to answer. All XP goes to the hero class. Make the hero class the owner of the projectile. This should be on the GDD, game design document. But it can't be on the game design document if I don't know that I will have this ability. You see what I mean? Like I didn't know that I will have this ability. So, like, how can I plan for this if I don't know that I will plan for this? It's an ability that comes to your mind and you think, wow, that's a cool ability, I should have that. You know? So, I relearned shit I did a month ago even. Yeah, shit happens to me all the time. I think this is normal, guys. Disability. Guys, I think we need to leave this. And I need to come back to this another time. To figure out, well, how do I do this properly? Projectile. Because essentially, in order to get the ability, I need the owner. Now, I could store an ability on the projectile, but I think that's bad. So, for example, here, see, this is what I mean. How does Path of Exile do this? If you shoot an arrow in Path of Exile, a projectile, there's multiple effects that can happen, right? So, for example, we could have PoE, burning arrow. Please tell me how it looks. Maybe we need to do like images. Do I not have an impact here? I mean, it kinda looks, you could see it here. So the explosive arrow or burning arrow looks like this. It explodes on impact. And then we have PoE, ice shot. Ice shot. That looks like this. On impact. So it creates different types of effects and damage zones on impact. You know? Make the projectile have the ability. I think that will make the projectile too large. In terms of data. I got the same condition as Cakez. Aware, German, disability, help. What about projectile types? So you don't need to care about the owner? That's what I did before, but then every time I create a new projectile type, I create a new ability, I need to create a new projectile type, and now if the ability changes, the type of the projectile is still the same, or the name is different, and now I have to have it on 2 places. I think that's bad. You know? I think that's not good. And so the reason why I need the ability is because the ability can change. So for example, an ability can have 20 fire damage, then I rebalance the ability to have 40 fire damage. If I have a generic projectile type, I don't have any notion of the ability, and now, like, do I deal 20? Do I deal 40? And so it needs to be, the data needs to come from one place. Having a project find the ability on the owner invites all sorts of entanglement problems. I would not worry about projectile having too much data, to be honest. Yeah, I think that's the best idea. What if projectiles have a member ability? Yeah, that's what most of you guys, I think that's probably the best thing to do, huh? If the projectile has, or it already has an ability, but an ability ID. Instead of the ability ID, it could have the entire ability. How much data? Oh god. It does have a lot. I would need to clean this up. Ability type, ability target type. Shit like this is never the bottleneck in performance. It's like 100 bytes. This is already 300 bytes. What are you talking about? Because it's a character array. Yeah, these are ints. But this is a bundle of stats, which is an array of 8. And I guess, yeah, I mean, it does have some... Kinda has base information and instance-based stuff, like description, and time passed should probably be split. It should probably be... This description should probably be gone here. And computed whenever it's needed. Yes. This should be gone. And then it should be fine. Like, if this is gone, I think the ability is fine itself. Make a separate struct and make a wrap of the data. No, I think... It's difficult. Then just factor out the description. I can't. I can't so easily. Shit, what did I do now? What did I do? I'll show you. If I create the ability, they all have specific descriptions. Let me give you one that we recently worked on, the wind slash. So for example, the description of this ability uses range, physical damage, and physical damage next level to display in the game. Okay, so this is what it looks like. And I thought I changed... I thought I added the range in here, didn't I? I guess I didn't add that in. So essentially this is what it looks like. Every description is split out the heavy description data, etc. Replace it with an ID or similar. It's nice to have only the data needed for gameplay on the struct. Yeah, you're right. I just don't know how to do this. So the reason why is because read the description here. It says physical damage and range. For this description, it says physical damage, shield count, and duration. You see this? Have a look. I have a function. Good morning. Thank you very much for the raid. Hope you had a good stream, bro. So the data changes. The data for the description changes based on, or the text of the description changes based on the data that I want to display. Sometimes I want to display how many shields I show. Sometimes I want to display almost nothing. And sometimes I want to display range. You see this? So this is all different and unique to each ability. It's like a list of stats that could be interesting for the player to read. And so sometimes I have this and these stats. Right? You see how I supply physical damage. I supply range. But here I have physical damage and the next level physical damage. And so I would... It's a little tricky, but at least the description can go. Yeah, but if the description goes, where do I put it? And where do I put that description? It's a sprint F, essentially, into a character array. You know? You would have a wrapper with both metadata and the ability effect. In the case of the projectile, you only want the effect. So what you mean is it gives me the projectile data. A projectile is essentially, what you guys are saying is this. The ability is split into this. And then the ability itself, if it's say number 2, it just has ability data. I don't mean the damage numbers, I mean the flavor text. You mean this? And then I put the ability data on the projectile. Have a large array of ability descriptions that you can store and index on the actual ability data. On the actual ability data that you can store and index to on the actual ability data. You can do it. Unity or Unreal, my guy? None of the two. Something like what you're doing. And so then the ability data would be on the struct projectile. Instead of ability ID, I would have ability data. Like this. Things like usage cost could also go into the description. And then the projectile just has ability data because it's already flying. It doesn't need to know the description at all. And then I create an ability. I think I'll try this out. I think I'll try to program this. It's actually a good idea. Yeah. I think you guys are right. Maybe we can use this then this can be gone. And this projectile type can be gone. I think I don't need a different projectile type, do we? Yeah, see, this is what I had in the beginning. You see this? Fireball, firebolt, wind slash, homing missile. This stuff was totally useless. Because it could be done with different stuff. Guys, I need to check on the baby really quickly. Okay, give me a second.
Man, I'm gonna break my monitor, I swear!
Is it hot or cold? Well, it's starting to get cold because I barely have anything left.
How can this application be so dumb? It never... No, I don't want to deal with this right now. I have... No, this is fucking... These fucking softwares!
Thank God I'm back.
No!
Ekant.
Didn't you say he's fairly easy yesterday? Why are you struggling? Well, the first one was, yeah, because he didn't do any damage, but this one you can't see anything. And second, he's black.
Oh my god! What happened? What did I do? No, I'm sorry! What the fuck is that? Microsoft Office? I didn't want to start that trash. Jesus, I'm sorry. Oh my god.
Do the dab on the furry haters? Sure.
I'm gonna get very close. What are you gonna do?
How do I get this done, man? Huh?
I can't dodge!
Failed getting data. Why?
Maybe if we go down... Oh god. This is where the reds are. I'm good, bro. Nah, I'm good. There's got to be a different way back. I'm not going there. How do I, like, huh? Okay. All right. Lolboy, my man. See you later, brother. All right. I think we have some more time. Needed to calm down Zoe a little bit. Share stream. Yeah, I'm sorry about this, guys. So I don't know how much time I will have. So here's what I want to look at today, guys. For those noobs, you know,
Gotcha, bitch.
that want to learn C++ newbie habits. Okay, I'm pretty sure I will have no newbie habits. How many guys? How many newbie habits do you think you will have, guys? You gotta fail 80% of this, Cakes? Absolutely not. Me 0. Can we get a noob counter? A noob counter? Okay, let's try. Wait, counter. Noob counter.
Hello.
Does that work? It's been a while since I used it. Or was it counter? Add noob counter. There we go. Noob counter. On the top. You see that? Number 1, using one file for everything. Guys, Zoe is crying again. Yeah, I need to go there again. Sorry. Okay. Oh, the light is out. Off. Alright, guys. Alright, so newbie habits. Let's see. Who's this guy anyways? Thinks that, you know, this is newbie habits. Let's make myself a little bit smaller here. There you go. +1. Alright. 31. Okay.
Hello and welcome to my list of newbie C++
Hello.
habits. C++ is an incredibly complex language with a lot of history. So whether you're an actual noob that really needs to look out for these things,
Like chat.
or whether you just want to improve your code a little bit, let's get started. Newbie thing number 1, using namespace standard.
I don't use the standard library, so I can't actually have this in my code. Passed.
People generally use it to save typing, so you can say
True.
things like string instead of std :
But you put the entire standard library into your scope, and then you can have naming issues.
:string. If it's limited to just a single function, that might not be that bad. But let's be honest, it's usually used at the global level.
Yep.
Even worse, if you do this in a header file, then you also force this choice upon everyone that uses your code.
Yep.
So please don't do this in a header file. And also consider just
We should say why though, because using namespace means, let's say, the standard library has a bunch of function names, and then it uses all of those function names in your space. And then you want to define a new function name. It will literally give you, you might get collisions there. That's why.
just using the names that you actually use. Number 2, using standard endline, especially in a loop. You probably
I don't use the standard library. And therefore, I don't use std endline. Okay.
meant to just print out a new line, but endline does more than that. It also flushes the buffer, which takes extra
This guy's cheating. Ah, who's mad right now? Who's mad?
time. Instead, just use a new line character. Number 3, using a for loop by index when a range-based for loop expresses the intent better.
Dude, like, I don't have any other way to do that. +1. I see what he means, but I can't actually do this. I have an idea. Copy placement mask. Certified noob. Iterators help with out of bounds checks, so +1. How do I do this? I don't know how to do this. / counter. Noob counter. Noob counter +1. Noob counter 1. Counter +1. Like, Abev programmed this. I need to read the documentation. Really, give me a second. Config ini. Let me see. Is there something about counters? No. Professional streamer? Bro, I have not used the feature. Let me see. Need to check on Abev's. Let's see. Abev. Counter. It's been a while. Oh god. I'm gonna let play music while I wait for this. Nothing new. Oh, there we go. So what I need to do is counter 69 depths. Set the depths of the counter to 69. Counter ++ first counter. Aha. So counter ++. Counter add. I see. So counter ++ noob counter. There you go. There you go. Okay, so this is the first one, but in my defense, however, let's see. In my defense, okay, I don't have an operator to do a range-based for loop, or I don't have an operator. What is it called? Index-based, range-based, yeah. I don't have an operator to do a range-based for loop, and therefore I can't actually do it. You just need two functions, yeah, begin and end. Anyways, so yeah, and it will just work. +1 for this explanation. No.
In this case, I don't really care at all about the index. Instead, use a range-based for loop. There's no index, so one less chance for an accidental typo or off by 1 error. Number 4, using a loop when a standard algorithm already exists to do what you're trying to do.
Const std vector data, size t first position index. Who does that? I'm pretty sure chat does this all the time. You guys can say it. You use this. If data is greater than 0, first position index. Yep. Right? Counter ++. No. Standard library. No. This is literally an advertisement for standard library. No, that's not the point of what he's saying. So he's saying that in order to find number 8, I should not use a for loop, but I should use an algorithm. Okay. And
there's some simple thing that you want to do, like find the index of the first positive number in a vector. It's so simple, though, you decide to just write it.
But if you don't use vector, it's not a mistake, because I use my own. And no. Actually, this is not a counter ++, because I do have contains. Ha! You're wrong. I do have this function, so I don't get a ++. You're wrong. I have contains. Ha! Yup. Why not use standard library? It's here for you. Because I don't know what it does behind my back. And I would like to learn. Linear search cringe.
Yourself. Instead, consider if there's an algorithm that already does what you're trying to do. In this case, we can use standard.
True. Travis Roman says, just use C. Exactly.
Find if to find where the first positive element is. Number 5, using a C-style array when you could have used a standard array.
This guy is advertising for the standard library. I don't like this guy. No, I don't like him. No, he's forcing his standard library shit on me. No, I don't like it. Okay, what about the compilation time of the standard library, huh? File system taking almost 5 seconds to compile? Anyone? Anything? No? Ah, okay. No one cares about compile time here. I'm writing my own engine. I don't use my engine's own style. I do use my engine's own standard library. True. You can write your own array type. I did. So this is not a +1 for me because I have my own array type then. True.
C-style arrays often decay into pointers and require you to pass the length of the array along with the array itself. This is just another opportunity to make a typo. Instead, use a standard array.
Or make your own array. If you are passing a C-style array, it's a +1. No, I have my own array. Right here. There you go. Use std span as an argument. Okay.
Number 6, any use of reinterpret cast. Pretty much.
I use C-style casts. So not a +1 for me.
The only thing you're allowed to do with an object that you got from reinterpret cast is to reinterpret cast it back to the original type. Almost everything else is undefined behavior. And yes, the same goes for C-style casting.
No. If I turn a float into an int, I cut off the decimal part. No, not a ++. I just don't agree.
Travis Roman, help me out here, man. Why should I use C-style casts? I need your help, bro. You are more like 5-edge. Come on, bro. Tell them why they're wrong, please.
No, that's an Insta plus 10. Absolutely not. Guys, Travis Roman is gonna tell you why this is not right. C-style casts are unsafe and don't do any sanity check. Hello, Mr. Cakez, how are you doing? It's been a long time. See you. Hey, Robert Notstar, long time. Yeah, thanks for joining, bro. Travis, you got us right. Come on, bro. Come on, bro. Low, no pressure, right? If you cut the decimals, isn't that a floor, not a rounding? Oh, did I say round? So, like, here's why I don't like this. Sorry, famous Quake in verse square root. So, here's why I don't like this. Games are being made in C nowadays as well. In C, I only have reinterpretation casts. So, I don't see this as a noob counter. Because, like, that's the only thing I can do in C. Pro C-style cast goes through all the casts in order and will do a reinterpret cast. So that's definitely 100% a +1. I use C, not any of this rubbish. C-style casts for me all the day long. No, I don't do a +1. Like, you guys can use your imaginary +1 counter, but I think this is wrong. This guy's wrong.
So sorry, famous Quake 3 algorithm for computing the inverse square root.
Who's this guy anyways, you know, telling people, no, it's not a +1, guys. Type punning, +1, but are C-style, but you are using C-style for laziness or practical reasons? Practical reasons, readability. Sorry, man, but if I do this, in my opinion, this is just terrible to read. Instead of just doing this. It's readable as fuck? No, it's not. What are you talking about? Noob counter 1, actual counter 4? No, 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 no. Anyways, let's get rid of this. It's terrible to read? Okay, guys, you're wrong. Wrong.
Interpreting the bytes of a float as a long is actually undefined behavior. You're always allowed to reinterpret cast the address of an object as a character type. This allows you to inspect or print out the bytes that make...
So here's what I think. If I turn it into a float, that's fine. Whether that is a C-style cast or a reinterpret cast or whatever, STD cast, I think that's fine. If I take a void pointer or a character pointer and reinterpret cast that to a byte array, that's also fine. So for example, if I read a file, I turn that into a character pointer, whether that is std byte or character, it doesn't matter. I think that's fine too. So I don't see how that would be undefined behavior, because you're literally reading a string of bytes.
Pick up the object so you can see its memory layout. However, as of C++20, this use of reinterpretcast is also not necessary. Bitcast interprets the bytes of one object as a different type. In this case, I can cast any object to an array of bytes of the same size. Number 7, casting a...
No, I just don't agree. I hate C++ cards because they're long as names, so I just use a macro. I try to minimize warnings, that's all. If it's always wrong, it wouldn't be there in the first place. Like what people say about GoTo, it's a tool that that's there to be used for a reason. Yes, it's a tool, exactly. That's how I see it. Reinterpret cast has some good uses. For example, you can read a vector 4 as a vector 3 by reinterpreting the first data member. Yeah, but you could also do that in C. I mean, why do these people just not open the door and the one person that... Man. Like, why do I have to walk to the fucking door? And these people are just sitting there listening to music. Goodness. Blasting music so they don't hear the fucking... Pissing me off. Okay, so... Okay, let's see what he has to say here. Unordered map, std string, word counts, std string, word 1. More frequent.
Way const. This function bytes of the same size. Number 7, casting away const.
I don't do that, but const is annoying to use sometimes, yes. You don't foresee that you are going to use const or not use const, and then you have to find a way to either in the entire const chain don't use const at all, or, you know, sometimes people cast away const, you know.
This function takes in a map that maps string.
And I do use const. I actually do I started to use const. For example, we go here and then we search for the const keyword. There you go. Const stat to string type from a stat to string array, which is also const. Started to use const. Not a noob, by the way. I'm not a noob. Nope.
To the number of...
You think he will read that? You should know better. You are not new here. You are wrong, man. Get up. Cakes, what's up, huh? You're wrong, man. Get up. What is strict aliasing rule and why do we care? Odd type punning, undefined behavior and alignment. Oh my. What is strict aliasing? First we need to describe... Is it long? It's very long, bro. It's very long. It's very long. Okay, we can read this some other time. You think you will read that? You should know better. You're not new. I tried to read this and the size of that scroll bar intimidates me. It's too small. It's too small. Yeah, exactly. Anyways,
times that they've occurred.
Okay, sorry. Let's
an array of bytes of the same size. Number 7, casting away const.
Oh, yeah.
This function takes in a map that maps strings to the number of times that they've occurred. It takes 2 words and then returns back to you whichever one has a higher count. The first way you might try to implement this is by looking up the counts of the 2 words, and then if the first count is bigger than the second, then returning the first word. If I try to compile this, I get a weird error message telling me that the method isn't marked const. And that's how we ended up with this code. I know that I'm not modifying.
Auto const counts reference const cast unordered map string. Why would you do this? Because the original function here is marked const, and he is casting. What is he even casting? Word counts to const? So word counts is not const. The array is not const. Or this operator here is not const because this array is not const. Oh god, just so we can use the operator. Yeah.
Modifying the map, right? The correct thing to do in this case is not to cast away const, but to instead use the at method. At is a const version of operator square bracket that throws if the word isn't in the map.
And word counts adds it because it's modifying it and therefore it's a reference. It's essentially modifying word counts, and since word counts is const here. Oh god, okay. I don't use this,
but you might ask, why don't they just add a const version so that this would compile?
Yeah.
This brings us to newbie thing number 8, not knowing that operator square brackets inserts the element into the map if it doesn't already exist. That's right, simply trying to look up this word in the map actually inserts it with a count of 0 into...
I would argue that this behavior is hidden behavior. And I don't like this behavior. I would like to have an add function to add something to word counts. I think it's in the documentation here, but that's what I mean. It doesn't tell you. You didn't know that? It doesn't matter. I don't use it. It's how many things you use. Just need to use it once and you know it. It's not hidden. I knew it. Yeah, you knew it, but not because you read the documentation, right? Because you used it and then you realized that it's in there. Like what WhatsApp said. If you don't like it, just make your own unordered map. True, true. But okay. I didn't know that, but I don't use unordered map. I don't agree with the counter. Oh man, I'm gonna get so many negative people on the comments saying like, oh, your counter should be like 10, should be like 20.
To the map. Number 9, ignoring const correctness. This function loops over a vector, simply printing out each element, one element per line.
Yeah.
It doesn't modify the vector.
Yeah.
So we could and should mark the vector const. This is doubly important for a function parameter so that the...
Fine, I don't use const correctness in my... Yeah, we can add that here. It's fine. I'm trying to figure out where to best use const correctness, and obviously I'm all over the place with it at the moment, so... It's fine. So let's see. Counter, plus plus, loop, counter. There you go. You happy, guys? We have two counts.
Caller knows that they can use this function without their vector being modified. Number 10, not knowing about string literal lifetimes. String literals like this one are
Wait. So I can't cheat. String literals. This is a string. This gets allocated when the scope happens. When the scope gets initialized, and it gets deallocated when we leave the scope. So if I return this, then I'm effectively returning a dangerous pointer to memory that might get changed. That is how I remember this. Because there is a certain number of characters in a string where it gets allocated on the heap and where it gets allocated on the stack. I don't know how many characters that is. But I think it was like 10 or something. I don't remember. But there, after you exceed a certain number of characters in a string, literal, it gets allocated as an STD string using heap memory instead of stack memory.
Guaranteed to live for the entire life of a program. So it's perfectly fine to return this even though it looks like it's a reference to a local variable. Number 11.
Because it's allocated on the heap. He's not saying that, but maybe I missed it.
This one are guaranteed to live for the entire string literal lifetimes. String literals like this one are guaranteed to live for the entire life of a...
Oh no, I know why. That's not actually the reason. So he's not explaining this, but this is a string literal, and I think it's small enough. No, actually, it's for all string literals, I think. Is it? Unless you cast it to a... oh, it's a const char pointer, yes. So this string literal always lives for the entire lifetime of the program because it's getting allocated in the static memory of your executable. So every executable has a list of strings that is usually in memory, one after another, a list of string literals that is basically in the executable, in the data. So if you have a bunch of string literals in your code, the executable's file size will get larger. So they are always allocated. Yeah. And you're literally just... you're returning the address to this, to the file, to the data in the file of the executable. That's essentially what this is. Because it's a const char. I thought it was an STD string.
Program.
Yeah.
So it's perfectly fine to return this even though it looks like it's a reference to a local variable. Number 11, not using structured bindings. Here we have a map.
Structured bindings? What is that? Unordered map, string, colors. Red to this, green to this, blue to this. Pair colors. STD out, name, pair first, pair second, hex.
Of color names to their hex values.
Yeah.
Then we just loop over all the pairs and print out the name and hex value. It would be a lot more readable if we could refer to these things as name and hex rather than pair.first and pair.second.
So is he creating a struct and then making an array of
Well,
those?
that's exactly what a structured binding lets us do.
Structured. Okay, I don't use this, so I don't know. Can I really increase the counter here? I don't use std unordered maps. I use arrays. So mostly I can accomplish everything with arrays.
Grab the pair by reference.
So I'm not
then the
making a
structured
mistake.
binding introduces name and hex as names for the first and second.
But I can see why this is a good idea, because you should always be explicit as to what it is you're using, and therefore it is much easier to use namings than first and second. Exactly. It makes the code more readable. That's a good
Elements
thing.
of the pair. Structured bindings can also be used with your own types if the members are public. The names get assigned to the variables according to the order of their declarations. Number 12, using multiple out parameters when you want to return multiple things from a function. Instead,
I would use a return value, essentially, unless he has a boolean here. Void. Hey, I would just return a structure then.
using multiple out parameters when you want to return multiple things from a function. Instead, create a basic struct and give those things names. Then you can return the multiple values that you wanted to.
I do that.
By returning the struct instead. The caller can even make it look like it was multiple values returned by using structured bindings. 13. Doing work at runtime that could have been done at compile time.
The sum of limit, sum of 1 to n.
Here's a function that gives the formula for the sum of the first n integers.
Okay.
Sometimes the parameter
should this be a macro?
Might be known at compile time, and you could do the calculation ahead of time. Go ahead and let the compiler know that it's totally fine to...
const expression. Okay, so I would use a macro, but it looks like if you use const expression as the function, this would be compiled into the code right here. So literally this stuff would be happening here if this is not a if this is not a runtime variable. In this case, const limit is a compile time variable, and therefore this can also be done at compile time. Interesting.
Compute this ahead of time. Number 14, forgetting to mark destructors virtual. If a derived...
I don't use destructors, so...
derived class gets deleted through a pointer to this base class, then the derived class destructor will not be called. Only the base class's destructor will be called. Here I have a class that derives from the base that doesn't have a virtual destructor. This function expects a pointer to the base class. It uses some base functionality and then deletes the pointer when it's done. This will happen automatically since I'm using a unique pointer, but the same would be true if you just took in a normal pointer and then manually called delete. If you pass a pointer to an instance of this derived type, then the wrong destructor gets called at the end. To make sure the correct destructor is called even through a pointer to a base class, you need to mark the function virtual. It's also good practice to explicitly mark the derived class's destructor as override. Number 15, thinking that...
I don't use classes, I don't use shared pointers, I don't use constructors, and I don't use destructors. So essentially... I love C++, guys. I love it. Okay, what do we have here?
The class members are initialized in the order they appear in the initializer list. Reading left to right, this looks fine. The actual order that members are initialized in is the order that they're declared in. First we initialize end as start plus size, but this mstart is garbage. It hasn't been initialized yet. We can, of course, fix this by declaring start first instead. Or since start is also a parameter to the function, we could just define the end variable in terms of the start parameter. 16, not realizing that...
I don't use constructors, so... Cakez avoids newbie behaviors by not using large parts of C++. Exactly. That's how you avoid it. True. Valid strategy.
There's a difference between default and value initialization. X and X2 are default initialized. They contain garbage.
It depends on the compiler, but yes, this is garbage initialized, so the memory might not be cleared. This one too.
Until you put something into them. Y, Y2, and Y3 are value initialized. They are guaranteed to contain the value 0. Z on the...
Yes, because... Again, it depends on the compiler that you use. Like always. Like, because I can do this in using my compiler, LLVM, the way I compile my program, and I get it disinitialized to 0. And this happens on all machines, not just Windows. So I don't have to do this. And I don't have to explicitly say equals 0. In debug mode only. In both modes, actually. But I guess I can't test it right now, actually, unfortunately. If he did that's a major, did he call it garbage default initialized? GCC at 0, I think. For LLVM it's 0 too.
On the other hand, is neither default nor value initialized. This is a function declaration. Even if it's a tiny bit less efficient, initializing your values is almost always a good idea. The same kind of thing goes if
I like doing this to display data that I want to have as default data, because I don't use constructors. For example, yeah, let's use the projectile here, like the sprite, impact effects, abilities, type. This stuff just makes sense. So for example, I could say that well, this is a sprite, like by default it's an arrow, and then I usually like looking at this data to figure out what is the default data. It's really nice to deal with this. The video, not you. I think he pretends default initialized is the same as uninitialized. Yeah, it might be wrong. It might be wrong here.
you have an aggregate or array type. In the first two cases, N and M will be garbage and S will be the empty string. In the last three cases...
So he assumes that this is garbage initialized, and you guys are saying that this is wrong. Default initialized is garbage initialized. Structs are tested and got bold. Okay, let's test it and got bold. Fine. Do we use MSVC? X here. Okay, let's see. Cakez is pretty? Cakez actually sucks? Huh? Where is this coming from? Huh? Int penis? Compilation failed. Where is this coming from? Ah. Can I type here, please? What the fuck? Bro. Should we declare the struct outside? I see. So this right here, and then I guess noob mistakes dot a is 10. How do I inspect the default values? Is there a way to print f? Do I have to include something? Or do I have to do an std out? Standard out. Can I get this? What do I have? C++, right? GCC. Let's use MSVC. Oh god. Let's use the latest, I guess. Latest. Can I not use std out? stdio? stdio? Like this. It doesn't like... Actually, it does. Okay, so... I know that we just talked about this. I just want to test if this works. I don't have std out, so I have to do printf, I guess. Fine. It's saving this compile thing. All right, it does. Where do I get the output? Yeah, so I guess noob mistakes.a. Include IO stream. Click on the output button. It's complaining. Uninitialized local variable used. Warning. Execute option. Where's the output? Execute the code, bro. You're using the ARM compiler? Really? Oh yeah, I am. Thank you. MSVC. There you go. That's the latest one. Thank you. Thank you very much. How do I disable warnings, man? Output is on the bottom. I don't see output here. Noob mistakes -8. Size 8. Where do I see the output? The very bottom? Ah, compiler returned 0. What does that mean? Guys, we're getting issues here. We can't do this because of the warning. It says output. Default value. I know, but then it doesn't work. It's not executing. I know. How do I... Not because of the warning. What do you mean? Huh? Click the output button, click execute code. Where? Where is execute code? Cakez, you need to click share. Top output button. Dude, are you kidding me? Middle tab, top left. Okay. Execute the code. Noob mistakes. Yeah. So it is garbage initialized. Yes. So what I do always in my game is this. I initialize it. And then it is always 0 initialized. Yeah, 0. That's what I do. So essentially, what he's trying to say in the video is, and so he's right in the video, first and foremost. Where the fuck is the video though? Oh, it's right here. So he's right in the video, but I always do the bracket initialization. Chat, he's trolling right now. I never use this. I just write code. I don't use this to test. If I want to test code, I write it in my game. Honestly, failing at basic Godbolt should increase the counter by 10. I don't use Godbolt because I just write code, bro. Okay, so I do use this. The default initialization. I use that, essentially.
N and M are 0, and S is the empty string.
Mm-hmm.
Notice that even with default initialization, the empty string did still get initialized. That's because for both default and value initialization, if you define a default constructor, it will be called. 17. Overuse of magic numbers. Introducing a...
Oh shit! Sorry.
N and M will be called. 17. Overuse of...
Come on, right? I mean, I do use some. He's right there. Like stuff like this. For UI, I use a lot of magic numbers. But it's a game, you know? Like, what are you supposed to do? Like for example here, speed, magic number of 200. This is particular to this wind slash ability. No excuses, Cakez, Kana++. When it comes to game dev, magic numbers aren't that bad. Yeah, I'm reluctant, but I guess I'll give you this one because, like, yeah, fine. It's 3, fine.
Magic numbers. Introducing a
I think... So you can use floats, I guess, yeah.
basic constant in your code can make it many times more readable.
I think in games it's not that bad, because in games you oftentimes have very specific things happening. Now, why do I say this? Do we actually learn this? Do we actually search for this? Dark Souls 1. Mod. Lua. Code. Combat. AI. I think it's here. And then this is the code. This is decompiled code, bro. This is decompiled code, bro. So they do the same in their code. You see this? 30%, 70%, 30%, 70%, 15, 70, 15. They do the same thing. Decompiled doesn't count. Guys, it will literally be the same for the percentages. That's not their code. So you're telling me this is not how they do your AI? It will not be the same? Magic numbers equals not stated by name, but it does. It's not stated by name, but it does. It's Lua, so whoever wrote might be a noob C++ programmer. I don't think so. Anyways, fine. You get it. You get the point. It's okay.
The compiler's going to optimize it away
+1.
anyway. Just give it a good name. 18. Attempting to add or remove elements from a container while looping over it.
Ooh.
Well, doing that is something...
I do that a lot. But I do this with my own types, so I think it's fine. I do that, but with my own types. No, like, guys, I do this with my own types, so I know what's happening. Let's first hear his explanation.
Sometimes just necessary, but what I mean is noobs often do it incorrectly. We're trying to put a...
Incorrectly, you can do it incorrectly, yeah.
Copy of the vector at the end of...
See, they are doing it like this. See, this is why you use ranged-based for loops. Or is it... No, what is the other name? Not ranged-based for loops? This is why you use these types of for loops. In combination with removing an index and swapping, that works. Because then you can go back one step and continue looping. So I don't think I should do a +1 here, guys. You can live with some magic numbers like 1000 to convert metric units. I find constants like milliseconds per second a little bit silly for that. So I don't know, guys. I don't know.
The vector. Adding or removing an element to the vector may invalidate the iterators to the vector.
Yep.
For example, pushback might need to resize the vector and move all the elements to a new location.
Yeah, that's true. So that's how vectors work. When you grow the size of a vector and you have reached the limit of the vector, it will create a new vector in a different memory location, then copy over all of the elements from the previous vector into the new vector, and then add the elements to the new vector. So you have a mismatch of memory locations there. That's true.
After moving the contents of the vector to a new location, you can't expect the end pointer to be the same.
Yep.
You would run into the exact same issue. In fact, it's probably clearer why you would run into this issue if you used iterators directly. This is a case where using a loop index actually does solve the problem.
I said that! Oh my god, what did I just say? Oh! I said that! Let's hear this again.
Iterators directly. This is a case where using a loop index actually does solve the problem.
Told you guys, you're noobs. I told you, you're noobs. I know what I'm talking about. Because I'm big C++ programmer. See? Like 18, 19 issues, right? Counter 3. Write your own container with iterators, you'll know. It depends on the container. True. I'm 10x your programming skills. No, you're wrong. You get banned. See you in 5 minutes. You're lying.
It doesn't matter if the contents of your vector get moved somewhere else. The ith element is still the ith element. Number 19.
True.
Returning a moved local variable. I
never used std_move. I actually don't even know what this does. So you could say that I am a noob when it comes to std_move, but I don't use it, so I don't make this mistake.
Get where you're coming from. A vector can be a large object, and you don't want to make a copy of it. So you go ahead and try to move it out. If you had just tried to return v directly, there would have been no copy and no move.
Okay, even if you copy the construct of the vector, I guess the vector references a memory location by pointer, and therefore the vector is just a construct that is like a wrapper around that memory location, and therefore you can remove it. But if you move it, maybe it also moves the pointer in the vector. I don't know how internally the vector is built, if that makes sense. std_move is a bad name. Yeah, I think it is, because it doesn't really tell what it does behind the hood.
In this situation, that's because of return value optimization. But what if
std_move is actually just a cast to pointer R value reference? You don't know about move semantics? No, I have not used std_move once. Ever. I never needed that.
If the compiler can't do return value optimization? In all cases, the move is unnecessary. The compiler always knows that it can move a local variable.
So fine, guys, I'll give you this point because I don't know std_move at all. Fine, you guys are happy. Let's do counter ++ noob counter. There you go. You happy? Should be at 4 now. Yeah. I actually have no clue what std_move even does. No clue.
But
I guess it moves all of the memory location from one place to another, like mem copy. But I don't know.
In some cases, this actively prevents return value optimization. So that's why this
No ... Okay, so what does it do? What does std_move do? You don't need to use move if you're not using classes and objects, so you're fine actually. Yeah, I think so too. Move? Move to where? Move to what? How? Yeah. std_move turns it into an R value. The move constructor swaps pointers under the hood. Move lets you use overloads for R value references. std_move is just a special cast. It casts to an R value reference. Invalidates the parent object and the parent scope. So you don't copy unnecessarily. Okay, the more explanations I get about std_move, the less I understand std_move actually. So, because in my world where I exist, there is a memory that sits somewhere on the heap, and there's memory that sits somewhere on the stack. And if I take a memory location on the heap or on the stack, I have basically an array of slots that is this big. And this slot, array of slots, if I want to move that to a different memory location, then I call memcopy. If I want to reference it from somewhere else, I get myself the reference or memory location of that exact memory location. So std_move, R value, L value, I have absolutely no idea what you guys are talking about. Because I don't think in this stuff, I think in terms of where is my data and how do I get access to the data. So if I have a vector, the vector, let's say, is a piece of memory location that is this long, and I then std_move that vector. What does that mean? Because ultimately a vector, if I want to have a reference to the vector or the vector itself, is just a slot in memory. That's all it is. That's ultimately what you would have in C, which is why it's so easy. What move does depends on how the class implements the move constructor or the move assignment. So std move can do different things based on the standard object that I put into std move. There's actually like 3 flame wars in chat for one simple video about C++. That says something about the language. Yeah. It's not moving anything. Move prevents unnecessary copying. So my question in this case would be, right? Make a vector and it returns the vector. Let's say this vector is allocated, like both of these vectors are allocated, they allocate memory on the heap. std move makes sure that the construct vector does not get removed from the stack in this case. So like the vector construct, so like let me explain this. Okay, like maybe I'm just copying or something. Okay, let's see. Let's say we have our vector, right? Vector. So here's what I envision this being. There's like, oops. There's like data. That's a pointer. And then there's like some like a count or I don't know, count. And this entire thing is a struct. Okay? Now if I make a vector v, let's move this to the left. Is this even correct? My assumption? Vector stores 2 pointers, begin and end. Move just copies these 2 pointers to another vector and sets the old vector to null. Yeah, see, so this is what I thought. So yeah, this is what I thought, right? So if this is the definition of a vector, and I'm pretty sure there's more, right? Let's not say there's not more, because people get angry. So then if I make a vector v in a local scope, in like a function, oops. Then this vector, at least, obviously it has a constructor and destructor. If I return that outside the scope, return, it might call. So what's gonna happen here? Does it get rid of this data here, but keeps the pointer? Or does it create a new vector outside? std move does not move anything. And in case of the vector, for example, when you copy it, you allocate a new array and copy each element there. When you move the move from one vector to another, you're not creating a new one. You're just stealing the resources from one. The previous vector from which you were moved will be in an unspecified state because you stole the resources from it. So essentially, if I return this vector here, if you're returning a pointer ref, it is a no object created. There is no new object created by return. You know what, guys? It's fine. It's fine. It's totally fine. I just won't understand std move, okay? I think my C way of thinking about it with the stack and the heap and having a struct on the stack and a struct on the heap is much easier. So you get the point, you know, noob counter +1, it's fine. Okay, I'm not gonna try to understand std move. I get that this would probably invalidate this vector, make a new vector without copying the data. So basically it references the heap memory here, but creates a new counter and new maximum stuff like that. Whatever.
One of the few rules where I can say you should just never do this. Which brings us to number 20, thinking that move actually moves something. Here is an implementation.
Fine, we get a new counter. Where did I store? Nice language, bro. Another counter. Okay, SD move doesn't move.
Of standard move.
So great name, by the way.
Full templated definition might be a bit much to take in all at once.
Yeah.
So let's take a look just at the int case. Move takes in an int L value reference, static casts it to an R value reference, and returns it. The exact same thing happens in the R value overload.
Can someone please explain to me why you need that? Like, please, just explain to me. Why would I ever move an int? It doesn't compute in my head, man. It just gives me headaches. Why the fuck don't I just return the int? Bro? Like, what is going on? For int, it makes no difference. But counterpoint, it needs to be short. I don't understand it either, and I'm a 10x programmer, so don't worry. The explanations are shit. Maybe the example is not good. Maybe we need to have a better example. Okay, fine. It's fine. It's fine. I'm a noob when it comes to this. Noob counter plus plus. It's fine.
It just static casts to an R value and returns it. A more accurate name for move is probably something like cast to R value. Number 21, thinking that evaluation order is guaranteed to be left to right.
Wait, is that a new person here? Is this guy new? Good morning. Thinking that evaluation order is not guaranteed. String, but I have heard it works even if you don't believe in it. Replace. SD find even for only. String.find even. Replace that with only, which is... 1 second, sorry. What? Wedges, willst du die machen? Das, was ich gemacht habe? Soll ich dir eben erklären? Aber wir brauchen Kartoffeln dafür. Hast du jemanden, der die kauft? Ja, die da. Okay, ich zeig dir. But guys, give me a second. Eigentlich ganz easy. Okay, I'm back, guys. Cakes, my grandma has a loop counter of 0. She never used any C++, but you used the same argument. Shut the fuck up, bitch. All right. What was this? I don't even understand what this. What is this?
Here's a famous example.
Yeah.
We have a string that says, but I've heard it works even if you don't believe in it.
Yeah.
We replace the first 4 characters with the empty string. Then we find even and replace it with only. Then we find don't and delete it.
Yeah.
With this reasoning, we should end up with, I've heard it works only if you believe in it. But prior to C++ 17, the compiler is actually allowed to compute any sub-expression in any order. So theoretically, it could...
Oh, it's the dot dot. So I see. If you use C++ specifically and you use dot and then another dot, it's like this typical syntax that you see in programming languages like JavaScript, where you do dot response, dot final, stuff like that. Prior to 17, yeah. Return this.
Find the location of even first, and then replace the first 4 characters, making that location off by 4.
I don't use this either, man. Like, I'm not gonna increase my counter for this. I don't use this.
So then when the second replace happens, it would replace these 4 characters with only. And you can see how this goes on. You don't get the result you expected. Well, the good news is that as of C++ 17, this example is guaranteed. If you have
I think that's good. This is insane though. Yeah, I think this is good. That it's better. You don't use 11 or 14, so no need. C++ this one. So no need to plus this one, yeah.
dot
use
B,
20.
then A is guaranteed to be evaluated before B
And I don't use
is.
it at all.
However, even in C++ 20, the order that function arguments are evaluated is still not guaranteed left to right.
Huh. I didn't know that actually. So is that true in C too? Very interesting. However, most of the time I don't even have function calls in arguments. I do. Noob counter plus plus. Fine, I'll do noob counter plus plus. I didn't know that.
This wouldn't matter much if A, B, and C were pure functions.
I do have pure functions here though all the time, so.
But if A, B, and C have side effects, then the order that they're called in might actually make a difference. 22. Using totally unnecessary heap allocations when a stack allocation would have been fine.
True, true. I use a lot of stack allocations or static sometimes, or I have my own big heap allocation. My own allocator.
Here we create 2 customer records on the heap. Then we do some work, and then we end up deleting those variables at the end of the function. The question we should ask ourselves is, did this really need to be a heap allocation? There's a good chance it would have been.
You know why this is bad? And you see this a lot in a lot of programs. When this happens a lot in programs, this is why they lag. So oftentimes. There's a bunch of allocations happening and deallocations. It's ridiculous.
Fine if we just stack allocated them. So let's just say for the sake of argument that these objects are too big and you really do want them on the heap. That brings us to number 23, not using unique pointer and shared pointer to do your heap allocations. What happens if an exception gets thrown in the middle here? Then these deletes never occur and the memory is leaked. When you want to make sure that
if an exception this is like such a cherry-picked example. If an exception happens here, your program crashes. Or what type of exception? So he's talking about how the exception here would somehow be recoverable from. So you catch the exception and then you recover from the exception, and therefore you don't delete this because at this point you early return out of the function. True, I guess. Yeah. It doesn't have to be an exception. An early return could cause the prior problem too. Yeah, so terrible coding could... yeah. Yeah, and perhaps a finally does it, yeah. He's retarded. Shut the fuck up.
Source is cleaned up, you need to put that cleanup code in a destructor. So why don't we make a class that holds a pointer And then in its destructor, it deletes that pointer. Well, that's exactly what unique pointer does. You can give it a heap allocated pointer, and when it goes out of scope, it deletes it. A shared pointer, on the other hand, uses a reference counting scheme, similar to what you might have in a language
Yeah, and the reference count does not get decreased here, I guess.
like Python. When the reference count hits 0 as the last shared pointer goes out of scope, that shared pointer is in charge of the deletion. This scheme is much more expensive because reference incrementing and decrementing have to be done atomically. That brings us to number 24,
Goodness gracious. Holy shit, C++. Holy moly.
constructing a
Hello, are we doing C++ memory stuff? We are testing our C++ skills.
unique or shared pointer directly
noobish
instead of using
we
make
are.
unique or make shared. Make unique and make shared will pass your arguments directly to the constructor of your object. 25.
Yeah.
Any use of new or delete.
True. Because I don't use them at all. I have one big allocation at the very start of my program, and that's all I do. Never had any memory leaks ever. I had one memory leak over the course of my entire programming history, and that was allocating Vulkan resources. Every time I would push a new resource from the CPU to the GPU, I didn't clear the temporary resource that you would need to allocate for Vulkan so that you could push that to the GPU. I didn't clear that because I didn't know that you needed to do that. Yep.
There's no
Oh, yeah.
reason to rewrite functionality
Smart.
that already exists. Here, I'm trying to manage the memory of some resource and then
One in the entire career. I mean, I've been programming C++ for almost 4 years. Actually, 4 years, yeah. It's been a long time, yeah. That's impressive. Yeah, I just don't use new and delete at all. I use one memory allocation at the very beginning of my program. One. And I think that's why I don't have these issues. And if I really have a memory leak, then oftentimes I just run out of array space that I use to allocate for certain things that can grow. The only thing that can grow in my game are arrays. And these arrays have a fixed size, and then I have an assertion happening for when I exceed the bounds of the array. And then usually I catch that, and then I realize that, okay, so I'm growing too much here. What is the reason? Yeah.
delete it when it's done. That's already what a unique pointer
What will you need to do when you need more than one allocation? I use one big allocation and sub-allocate from that big allocation. And then I track the memory of how much I have used. And therefore, the moment I use too much, I get notified.
does. Don't try to couple the purpose of your class to the idea of ownership of an object. That's a completely
Sorry about this.
pass your arguments directly to the constructor. There's no reason to rewrite functionality that already exists. Here, I'm trying to manage the memory of some resource and then delete it when it's done. That's already what a unique pointer does. Don't try to couple the purpose of your class to the idea of ownership of an object. That's a completely separate issue. Unique pointer and shared pointer together cover pretty much every valid use of new or delete. Number 26. Any kind of
Read from
attempt
file F open. That's a C example. Okay.
to do manual resource management. This is pretty much the same story as with new and to do every valid use of new or delete. Number 26. Any kind of attempt to do manual resource management.
Wrong. So wrong. This guy's totally wrong. I don't agree with this point at all. So no. Who's this guy telling me how to use my resources? Have my own memory allocator. Who's this guy telling? What's this guy talking about? Huh? What the fuck is he talking about? Guys, absolutely not. He's not right. He is not right. If I track how much memory I use, what type of memory I use, I can pinpoint exactly where the memory is going. It's just more advanced. It requires more work. So, like, the assumption here is that I'm gonna make a mistake as the program grows, and therefore I cannot track where my memory is allocated anymore, and I lose track of the overview of memory management, and then at some point I leak memory and I don't know where that memory gets leaked. However, he is incorrect in assuming, so what he's assuming here is that I would call new and delete myself here in this case. But that's not how I do it. I call new and delete. I don't even call new and delete. I call malloc free once. And then I track my own allocations using my own allocator. And therefore here I supply the data for this allocator so I can allocate memory. So that's completely different. This is not a new and delete or malloc and free happening here at all. So like the assumption here is that you'll have a bunch of new and deletes sprinkled throughout your program here. Do you use fopen though? I do use fopen, yes. You can't get that with new and delete or malloc and free. Also, if you track allocations by type, you can keep certain memory allocations contagious for data locality. Yes, yes you can. Continuous, yeah. So that's what I have. My arrays are all allocated in one big block of memory and they're all continuous in memory. Yes. Well, in virtual memory. In physical memory, maybe not so much. Because, you know, there's a mapping between virtual and physical memory. But virtual memory, it's all continuous. Yes.
This is pretty much the same story as with new and delete.
No.
If you find yourself manually freeing, closing, or releasing any kind of...
See, I said this, yeah, so no, guys,
resource,
it's not +1.
Then look to see if there's a class that does that automatically. By the way, this idea of having resources automatically closed in a destructor...
RAII, yeah, resource acquisition, initialization, and what is it? Resource acquisition, initialization... Is initialization. Okay, yeah. Resource acquisition is initialization. Increment counter? No. I can already wait. So this is for everyone that's watching this on YouTube. I can already wait for the downvotes of this. I wonder how many people will get mad in the comments. Tell me in the comments if you're mad. Look at this noob. He never even released a game.
Is called RAII. It stands for Resource Acquisition is Initialization.
Mad about what?
But it really has
not incrementing the counter, not using the standard library, not using the features that C++ gives me, and completely defining your own way of doing things, and then trying to come across as knowing what you're talking about.
has more to do with ensuring that resources are released upon destruction. Number 27, thinking that raw pointers are somehow bad. Here's a basic...
True! Big true. They are not bad. They are just indexes into memory locations. Like if memory is an array, you're just indexing into the array. It's just a number. That's all.
Max function. This function is just reading from the pointers. It doesn't care at all who's in charge of deleting them. If your function doesn't have anything to do with the ownership of the objects in question, then there's no need to use smart pointers.
True.
The convention is that raw pointers don't own what they're pointing.
Thank you, sir. Yeah, finally someone who says it. Yeah, it's not bad at all. It's just that when you're very inexperienced, dangling with these pointers can be dangerous because you might do something wrong. But I think that's the best thing you can do in C++. You do make mistakes and then you learn. Otherwise you don't learn that because the memory is managed by you. At that point, if you're only using memory managed things, why not just use JavaScript? Okay, that's a little bit hard, okay, because you can still decide when to free stuff, but still, yeah, right?
And this should not be confused with the constness of the pointer. This add function adds the source into the destination.
Yeah.
But this function is not in charge of the lifetime of either of the pointers.
No, it's not.
Of course, if you're interoperating with C code is not going to share this convention.
Yep.
A C function might very well return some heap allocated memory to you that it expects you to delete.
I have a point on this. So, I have a point on this. How do I go back? I actually have a point on this. Come on. Fuck.
Might very well return some heap.
So, I have seen this a lot in C libraries where it returns you a pointer. What would be awesome is if the C libraries that you use give you the possibility to supply your own allocated memory as a pointer to the function. And then it just returns you the data as well, the pointer back. Or you pass it in, the pointer. That would be another way of, So you don't have to deal with their allocations, because that happens all the time when I use a C library, and then like they track their own allocations and you have to call their own free functions. It's a little bit annoying. Would be cool if these libraries would supply you a way of supplying your own data, your own allocation.
Allocated memory.
You can rewrite your own libraries. Yes, oftentimes these libraries give you the possibility to, when they call their malloc, you can redefine that macro. Usually it's a macro or a function to be what you have as your own malloc, for example. Yes.
You that it expects you to delete. Be careful though. If you got a pointer with malloc, you need to delete it with free. You can't just let unique pointer try to delete it with the built-in delete.
Interesting.
You can still use a unique pointer though. You just need to define your own deleter, which uses free. Number 28, returning a shared pointer when you aren't sure the object is going to be shared. If the caller got a unique pointer, it's cheap and easy to convert it into a shared pointer if that's what they really need. They could even directly assign the unique pointer return value to a shared pointer. But if you
so here's a hot take, let's farm some more dislikes on the video. I think that shared and unique pointers, when it comes to games, I can only speak about the use case of a game. They don't solve the underlying problem that they are created for. So for example, if you have a list of enemies and a list of heroes in two arrays, and one hero is targeting an enemy and another hero is targeting the same enemy, and now that enemy dies. Now we have two shared pointers to the enemy, if we were to use shared pointers, on both heroes. They both have a reference to this guy, so he won't be deleted. And therefore you have to make some logic to free that shared pointer on both your heroes to make sure that the enemy can be deleted, aka freed from the array, and then maybe someone else can take the spot. That is a logic issue, not a shared pointer issue. Yeah, but this is often used as an example of why you should use a shared pointer. Wouldn't you use a weak pointer for that use case? Still streaming? Hey Timpath, my man, good morning. You don't use shared pointers then, you use a weak pointer that can check if the pointer is still valid. Okay, so you would use a weak pointer. But my argument, oh my. Okay. Pause notifications, man. Stupid welcome message. Goodness, is that warm? It's warm in here. So my point still stands when you use a weak pointer, because the issue that you're having is that you need to go in your code and you need to have a separate place where you call if weak pointer is valid. Your pointer is so weak, bro. And therefore this piece of code could still be used using a normal pointer. Because let's say you have a pointer to an enemy or an ID to an enemy. You still need to go look up that ID or look up the value of the pointer. Ask the enemy, are you dead? Yes. Okay. Then I need to find a new target. If I do that with a weak pointer, I still have to ask, is the weak pointer okay? Yes? Fine. I could still target this guy. No, I need to find a new target. This if check is still there. It's literally the same problem solved in two ways. It is, for this particular problem, Jonathan Blow said something similar. I think he said something similar, yeah. You need better logic, not problem of smart pointers, yeah. So that's why my idea is for games, especially when it comes to targeting, I don't see the reason for smart pointers. And so I'm still trying to figure out a good example of where a smart pointer or a unique pointer or a weak pointer makes sense. Oh shit, ich muss gleich da sein. Um 6 Uhr muss ich da sein. Ja. Weiß ich nicht genau, wieso? Was ist?
Ja, ich bin allein.
Wieso ist die sind...
Ja, die gehen dann halt irgendwann, ne? Deswegen
Okay.
frage ich das.
Ich guck mal gleich, okay? You don't understand what pointers are to solve. And it would have the same issue, but the pointer is supposed to make sure to release resources when they're not used. It's about ownership, not logic. I see. So I guess maybe I don't understand how the pointers... Smart pointers are mostly convenience, not for making your logic any fancier. Okay. So essentially it's just to making sure that when you allocate resources, that those resources get freed. Fine. Okay. I'm just gonna cut it out then. Then this point makes no sense. Smart pointers are mostly convenience, yeah. Use ECS and you got yourself an example, problem solved. There are valid use cases to use smart pointers. I mean, maybe there are. I just haven't come across any use case that would make sense so far.
Return to them a shared pointer in the first place, the damage would already be done if all they really wanted was a unique pointer. Number 29, thinking that shared pointer is thread safe. The reference counting part of the shared pointer is thread safe.
Yeah.
Here I make a shared resource and
I see. So accessing the thread, the shared pointer. Yeah.
pass it
Accessing
off to two
not.
worker threads. Because the reference counting is thread safe, there's no danger that the object will fail to be deleted or be deleted twice. However, it's only the reference counting part that's atomic. This part here, where we're accessing the X variable in the resource, is not atomic and there's no locks.
Yep.
This is a plain old data race of two threads trying to modify the same memory. If you want to fix the data race, you need to fix it the way you'd fix any other data race. And 30, confusing a const pointer with a pointer to const.
Oh, that took me a long time to understand. Yeah, a const pointer means you cannot change, you cannot point. Shit. Wait a minute. Fuck. Const pointer is the data cannot be changed and then... No, wait. Fuck. The pointer is const and therefore... Fuck, no, I'm... Okay, plus, fine. It's one way or the other. God.
The concept of a const pointer versus pointer to const is pretty simple. But a lot of newbies struggle to remember how to tell the difference between them syntactically.
God damn it.
The rule is that const applies to whatever is immediately to its left, unless it's the leftmost.
Const applies to its left. So const applies to the pointer. So I cannot change the pointer here. In this case, I cannot change the value. Yeah.
Thing in which it
Your
applies
music,
to
yep.
the thing to its right. So here, the const applies to the int, not
Yep.
to the pointer.
Yes.
Here, the const applies to the int, not to the pointer. And here, const applies to the pointer,
I actually learned something here now. Cool. Thank you. Good. Yeah. Noob corner plus.
not to the int. Number 31, ignoring compiler warnings. Ignoring them or turning...
I don't do that. I don't do that. He's right. No. No, guys. I don't ignore the compiler warnings. Okay, I do have compiler warnings from free type. But I can't do anything about those. Okay? You do? Yeah, some. But yeah, there are some compiler warnings that I... But... Fine, I do ignore some compiler warnings. It's built. Fine, plus. It's okay. Fuck it. There you go. Fuck you.
them off very frequently.
Guys, so listen. The reason why I do this is because it makes more sense to ignore them for now, write the code, and then later on clean up the code, at least. Okay, there are some warnings that are bullshit.
Leads to undefined behavior. I hope you enjoyed my list of newbie C++ habits. As always, thank you to my patrons and donors for supporting me.
Actually, good video.
See you
Cool.
next time.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So what do we have? What is our score? 8? 7 out of 31? I mean, I would say not bad, you know, not bad, actually. Here you go, guys. There is the video. If you want to watch it yourself, you know, maybe like how many guys, how many do you have? Huh? What is your... Guys, type in chat your rating. Be honest. Everyone that says 0 gets banned for 5 minutes. Because you're lying. Okay. Yeah. I don't like liars. 5 minutes. Quack type 02. Pretty decent solid 6. You got 6. 0 because I never use anything you did. Okay, 31. Literally 0, 14 years and more than C++, chat. Wait, so really? Vander Dev? 100%? My counter 1. I didn't know that the evaluation order was fixed in 17. Damn. You're still on 9. Yes, hold on my groin. I had 0 as well. I never used C++ and never will. Alright guys, so there's one last thing that we're gonna do. Necropolis made a new song, a longer song, Saving the World. Added a bridge part with a little bit more swing in the drums. Continued that forward pushing pattern that could be cool to intensify the level growth. Skipped, we don't need to hear the first loop again. What is this? Oh, it's this song right here. Wait. My favorite song, guys. Dude. So added in a bridge part. Sounds really good. It's gonna start now. Variation. Nice. Yeah. Is it starting? No? Cool. So, wait. What did you add in? Which part is new? I like this song, I think, guys. This is the best song for this level. Maybe the runs need to pick up a little bit more, a little bit here too. Lisp Gamer, thank you very much for following, bro. I appreciate it, brother. Oh. Ah. Shouldn't this be earlier though? This part is good. Very cool addition, yeah. That's good. Guys, do you think that this part should come in earlier? After the first loop? Maybe alternate between the two? Because it loops twice, then this comes, I think, right? We have some genius making stuff. True, true, yeah. Really good. Being later feels good to me, but I'm not a musician. I mean, we could try out both versions. And now the drums stay. Yeah, really good. No, really good stuff, Necropolis. I think you, like, this is perfect. Thank you, man. It's perfectly in length as well. I think it seems like it's because we heard the song so much we wanted to know what's new, but I think this is the first time listening. A normal player later. A normal player later is better, I think. Oh man, it's so warm. Okay, guys. I gotta leave now. have to leave. Need to work, and I have... How long will the level be, you think? There will be quite long, like a balloons level. So how long is a balloons level? Like 30 minutes? Something like that. It's gonna repeat a bit. But I think it's fine. It's really good, man. Guys, which one should I rate? Mr. Prime? Million lines of crap, C++.
Way is super nice. Zig is for building things concretely. Like, I want to be able to build my safety. Zig has safety. Zig has all the
Fine.
safety you
We're gonna rate Mr. Prime.
and also none of it if you don't want
Cakez,
it.
have a good one.
Type
Thank you
engine,
guys
yeah,
for
dude.
joining, guys. I really appreciate it. I'll see you tomorrow. So we have to make the loop long enough. It's probably be a bit weird if it loops back to the end. To the no drum part. I mean, I'll try to loop it tomorrow, okay? And then we'll see how it plays. I'm gonna play it a little bit on stream and we see. Made some good progress today. I'm very happy about the projectile stuff. And, you know, about the other stuff about projectiles, I'll have to think about it. Guys, see you tomorrow, okay? Have a great day. Say hi to Mr. Prime. I gotta leave immediately. I don't have much time left. Hope you have a great day. And thank you so much for the big support and for everyone's following and watching. See you tomorrow, guys. Peace. Bye-bye. Have a great day. On YouTube too, guys. See you tomorrow.